Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope you guys all had a great sleep and you're ready for the day. Whoops, let me crap. Okay. Sorry. This is very short notice. I'm very discombobulated. This is going to be a little bit I'm going to do the best I can. I was waiting to see confirmation, got confirmation. The trial feed is live. They've started the defense, and the defense wants again admonitions and parameters on what can be asked, or they're going to be here for 11 billion years, as the defense said, if they're just allowed to just ask anything and everything. The judge said, look, if he takes the stand, he waives his right. Period. The end. He cannot just be controlling what is asked. I'll address any objections as they're raised. So Harpootlian said that they have one quickie witness, one short witness, and then Alec will take the stand if he still takes the stand. So here's the live feed. Let's see what happens. Thank you guys for being here. If you want, share the stream out so we can
bring the jury.
Get our regs in here, get our friends, and see what's what. So he's going to take the stand. I think this is a horrible, for the record, let the record reflect. I think this is a horrible idea in terms of, will it benefit Alec Murdaugh and his defense? I would like to categorically go on the record as saying this is a horrible idea. No, I don't do it. However, that aside, I want to hear what he has to say. So I'm here for it, and I see that you guys are too. If you guys wouldn't mind doing me a favor and give me a thumbs up on the stream, I would greatly appreciate it. It helps get me suggested and all those things. And yeah. I find it interesting that we'll see how it goes. I mean, oh, bless it. Hey, Pez Chick. Hey, Time Sleuthing. Hey, Heather, whatever.
The jury is present, sir.
Hey,
Sure.
you
Thank you. Good morning.
Name, Chris.
Day number
Hey, Brace,
23.
hello.
The defense's case, you may call your next witness.
If I miss anybody.
Your Honor, the defense calls Nolan Tuten.
Oh, they've called Nolan Tuten. Hey, Amelia Sparkles.
Good morning. What's your step? Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I love
so
your
help you
name.
God?
I do.
Because it's probably the best advice one Christopher Lee Watts has ever gotten.
The microphone is very sensitive and you have to get like right up on it. But if you would state your full name again and please spell your last name, please.
Nolan Tuten, Tuten.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please tell the jury a little bit about yourself?
I grew up in Hampton County. Grew up around Paul and Maggie. I went to school at Wade Hampton. Played sports with Buster growing up, and just we're lifelong friends.
What do you do?
I work in the timber business.
Okay. And do you know Alex?
I do.
Okay. And how long have you known Alex for?
Pretty much my whole life.
Did you spend a lot of time with Alex and his family?
I did.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with Paul?
He was one of my best friends. I mean, considered him like a little brother to me. We were really close.
How about tell the jury a little bit about Paul?
Paul's one of those guys that would, I mean, you could call him at the drop of the hat and he would come. I mean, he was, there for you always. He would call you nonstop all throughout the day, every day. And, I mean, he would do, whatever he could for you, whenever he could for you. And
how often did you talk to Paul?
every day.
Every day. How often did you see him?
A couple times a week, most weeks.
And when you saw him, where would y'all be?
I mean, it depended. He would come to my house. I would go to Moselle. I would see him on the boat. I mean, we would just go hunt together, fish together, just do whatever we really felt like doing.
Okay. And other than hunting and fishing, what else did you guys do together?
We hung around Moselle. We farmed at Moselle. Whatever we felt like doing, really.
And when you were with Paul outside doing these activities, did he have his phone with him normally?
Most times, yeah.
Okay. And did he ever put it down?
He did sometimes, not a whole lot. I mean, it was either in his hand or in his pocket, but if he had something in his hand, he would
Okay,
set it
Brace.
down either in the truck or somewhere close to him. I mean, it would be within reaching distance.
Okay. What was your impression from the time you spent with the family as to how they
feel
got
like,
along?
yes.
I mean,
No,
they all
that
had
might have been
a really good
broken.
relationship, I felt like. When I
It's
was
too
around, there
early.
was
I mean, it's not
always
even
kinda
all that
laughing
early, but
and, a good relationship, good family relationship.
Did you have a nickname for Alex?
Big Red.
Okay.
Big
And
Red.
how would you describe the relationship between Paul and Alex?
They had a really good relationship.
Would you say that Alex was patient with Paul?
He was.
Now, you mentioned that you guys hunted together. Are you familiar with the types of guns that Paul had?
I was.
Okay. And did he ever use a 300 blackout?
Did y'all hear the joke
Okay,
about
what's
the
your
Tic
understanding
Tac,
of where
or
you
was
got
I
that?
muted?
Buster and Paul got two for Christmas one year. One, Buster had a black one, Paul had a tan one, and they were at Moselle, and then Paul's went missing or, got stolen, whatever happened to it. And then there was just the black one at Moselle that we used more or less.
Okay. When you were at Moselle, what did you do with Paul?
Rode around, played around.
Okay, so what I had said was literally every
Ride the buggy,
lawyer,
in the truck,
including his own,
go hunt.
has said this is a bad idea for Alec to testify. But Alec is like,
When
hold
you
my
rode
beer
around
and
at
Tic
Moselle,
Tacs,
what
I'm going up.
vehicles would you ride in?
It really depended, honestly, what was closest to get into from the house. It was, sometimes my truck, sometimes Paul's truck,
It wasn't that
sometimes
good of a
golf cart,
joke,
Ranger,
but I just wanted to
whatever
repeat
we
it.
felt like riding.
Did you ever ride in the black Ford F-150?
I did.
Okay. And are you familiar with where the kennels are located?
Yes.
At Moselle? Okay. And if you and Paul were at the house, would you guys typically walk to the kennels or would you drive down there?
We would never walk.
One name,
Drive or ride something.
Christopher Lee
And
Watts. That it can
were
and
there
does
ever
happen.
times where you noticed Paul with guns in his trucks on Moselle?
All the time.
Did he have the 300 blackout with him in the trucks?
A lot of times, yes.
Okay. And were there ever guns left in the shed by the dog kennels?
They were sometimes, not a whole lot, but there were, sometimes left there and then picked up later.
Okay. What about the hangar?
Same.
Now, Maggie, tell me about Maggie.
She was she's a very sweet woman. She would, do whatever. She treated me like I was one of her own. She was just really, really sweet woman.
And would she go down to the dog kennels?
She would.
Okay. And how would she get there?
It just depended really. She would drive her car sometimes. She would walk sometimes. She would ride her bicycle. She would ride a Ranger, a golf cart. However she felt like getting down there.
Okay. Let's go to the day of June 7th.
Okay.
Walk me through that day.
That morning I got up and I talked to Paul either over the weekend or Friday or one of those days when we had talked about CB had sprayed the sunflowers. And so I'd gone out to Moselle that morning
LFT, good to see you,
and
babe.
rode by the
Thanks for coming.
sunflowers to see if they
Thank
were
you all
actually
for
dead
being
yet or
here. I
not.
appreciate
and I
it
noticed
so
that they were
much.
dead. So then, Paul and I talked, I don't know, around 10 or 11 that morning and about kind of coming up with a plan about how to get them plowed up under and replanted. So then I went to work and stayed at work all day pretty much. We were supposed to go out that afternoon and start plowing the sunflowers under. And I got stuck at work late and talked to Paul throughout the day, and I wasn't going to make it that night. And so I went home after work.
Kez,
And,
I think
I got
it's
the call
because
around 10:30
people
or so, 11, sometime around
talk
there.
about other people based
back
on
to
their own
Moselle
experiences with
and,
them. And I mean, we've
everything
seen it
that
on
happened.
YouTube.
When you talked
People
to
will
Paul
say
that
so and
morning,
so is
what,
the
if any,
worst,
understanding did you
right?
have
And
as
then
to
other
where he
people will
was?
say
He
so
was
and
an
so
amputee.
is a
He
great
was working for
person.
John Margaret
I
at the
just think
time.
it happens
Okay, and then you guys
however
make
it
plans
is,
to meet
whatever
to
your
talk about that.
experience is with that person is your experience. You know what I mean?
When
And
you
so
called him
maybe
on the
for
way
these
home,
people, they
what, if
only
any,
saw the
understanding
good
do you have as to where he was?
in
When I
the
talked to
Murdaugh
him on
family.
the way home, he was driving from Okatee to Moselle when I spoke to him.
Where were you when you got the news about Maggie and Paul?
I was at home.
Okay. And did you go to Moselle?
I did.
Okay. Did you see Alex?
I did.
How would you describe him?
He was pretty distraught. He was, when I got there, he and I saw each other, and we both kind of walked towards each other, and he gave me a hug and just started crying and told
Hey,
me they were
Spicy
gone.
Sugar, good morning.
That maybe I'll have begged the court's daughter.
Sorry about the quality, y'all. At 360, I had to change it up. We're going to watch this show in Mel. How you doing, babe? I know, making sense. Mark it down, y'all. Mark it down. Hey, Christy, good morning. We're going to watch this shit show at 7:20.
Your plans to meet up with Paul on June 7th,
Right.
was that plan to address the issue you had seen in the with sunflowers?
That's right.
Okay. No further questions.
Good,
State.
babe. Good. Thank you for marking it down. I need somebody to keep track of my times when I make sense. They're few and far between, so you probably only
morning.
need
How are
just
you?
one
Good.
sheet
How
of
about you?
paper. Probably a
Doing
post-it
well.
note
Nolan,
will do it.
we've met a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
Prior to trial, we've met in Colleton, we've met elsewhere. We've had quite a few conversations, is that fair to say?
We have.
And you've had a lot of conversations with law enforcement also.
I
They were
have.
sometimes there at the meetings.
Yes.
You were as close a friend as Paul as there could be. Is that fair to say?
Tell him,
I
Crumb
feel like that.
Sleuthing.
Yes.
Leave your
And
touch DNA.
I just
need
want
an
you to say
alibi? I'll
again,
be your alibi. Hey,
he was the
Jen
kind of
Young,
guy
good to
that
see you.
if you needed something in the middle of the night, you could call him.
Yes.
Was he going to be there for
He
you?
was going to come.
Flat tire side of the road, Paul's there for you.
He was there.
You also, I think, and Maggie, I think you referred to her as a second mom.
I
to you.
did.
Kind of, they adopted you into the family. You were treated like one of the group. Is that
Tell
fair
Mel.
to say?
That's right.
And what year did you graduate?
2014.
And what year did at Wade Hampton?
He go to Wade Hampton.
Oh, what year was he graduating high school? Sorry.
I want to say 17 or 18.
So you were a little older than Paul.
That's right. He was the same age as my younger brother, Nate.
And your younger brother, I know we already heard. We saw, it's Nathan too,
That's
right?
right, yes.
And he testified previously in this trial.
That's right.
So your years in high school would actually align with
Buster's.
more Buster's, and Paul was a little younger.
That's right.
I think you mentioned that Paul was an avid cell phone user. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
He used it all the time.
Yep.
Which may be part of the reason why he was so responsive when you needed something, because he always was there to answer the call or respond to a text. Is that
That's
fair
right.
to say?
Yeah.
Do you consider yourself someone that has a fair amount of knowledge about firearms?
I feel like it. Yes.
Avid
Hey,
hunter,
Tony.
I am.
and you've had a lot of firearms yourself
I have.
and a lot of experience with
Oh, Mel,
famous
Mel, I
firearms
so
and
adore you.
kind of a knowledge of what
I'll be
people
your
tend to
little
use or
spoon
favor.
any
Yes.
day, every day, all
And
day.
is it fair to say that? Well, first, before we go there, let's talk about the 300 blackout. Paul's 300 blackout. I think you just testified to that they received as a Christmas gift.
Right.
Now, Buster's, when they received it, Buster's 300 blackout was what color?
Don't
was
you
black.
dare.
And Paul's
Don't you
300
dare be
blackout
quiet.
was
Hey,
what color?
It
Tony,
was like a sand color.
I want to hear it all.
And you hanging out with Paul, and I'm going to talk about somewhere in like 2017, 2018. Did you go to a Halloween party with Paul?
We did.
Good,
Did you actually
Jen.
ride with
I'm
him?
glad I can help.
From my recollection, yes.
And it wasn't uncommon for Paul to have his kind of favorite guns in the car with him. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And on this occasion, when you went to this party, did Paul have that 300, his tan 300 blackout with him?
He did.
This is back in like 2017, 2018.
It was a while ago. Yes, sir.
Before COVID.
That's right.
The new designation, before
That's right.
COVID, after COVID.
That's right. Everybody remembers time now.
And tell us what happened. What happened that night?
I mean, we were at a Halloween party, and we had been around Moselle most of the day, and
Were you
we
wearing
left,
costumes?
and then
Was
later
this a
on,
costume party? Please follow up with those questions.
the
I
gun
need
was
to
gone.
know.
The gun was missing. Whether, whatever happened to it, it was, we no longer had it.
So it was there before you went to the party, and then y'all come back and it's out of the car.
That's right.
Now this was a really nice rifle, right?
It was.
It was a fairly expensive rifle, and the scope on it is a very expensive scope.
That's right.
So it wasn't like it was misplaced. It was. Do you believe it was stolen?
I believe so. Yes.
You drive safe, Tony.
All right. And then going to guns, did Paul have a shotgun that he favored?
He did.
Was it the and have you paid attention to any of the trial?
I've watched some. Yes.
And is it without going ahead and rooting through the guns? Is it that camo in color Benelli Super Flag Eagle 3 that the state has in evidence?
That's right.
That's Paul's shotgun.
That was the one he favored the most. Yes.
And then did Paul also have a 300 blackout on him at all times?
He did.
So what did Paul do after his rifle was stolen? What did he use then?
When his rifle was stolen, he more or less took Buster's as his own. So
He started using Buster's. Is that because Buster really didn't use that very much?
Buster was in school, either in Wofford or in Columbia. So he was. Buster came to Moselle a fair amount, but Paul was there more, and so Paul just used it as his own.
And then Buster had a shotgun he'd favor. I think we'd already heard about it, but is it a Benelli Super Black Eagle Model 2?
That's right.
And do you know the differences between the Super Black Eagle models?
I do.
And I think your brother already testified to that, but there's markings on the shotguns that you can look at and tell if you know what you're looking at.
That
That's
sounds
right.
delicious, Mel. Mel, can't come
And
over
then
to your house.
I
I love
believe
snacks.
Alex favored a Super Black Eagle Model 1.
That's right. He either shot the 1 or the 2.
1, 2, and 3 models.
Right.
For the same Benelli Super Black Eagle, but models 1, 2, and 3.
That's right.
And those are all 12 gauges typically that was used
That's
as
right.
a kind of general use.
Mm-hmm.
I think you also mentioned that about guns being left down at the kennel area. You said it was occasional. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
They weren't stored down there, right?
That's right.
Permanently. Nothing was stored down there.
No, nothing was stored down there.
And it was usually, if guns were left, would it be mostly in just the hunting seasons?
That's right.
Okay.
It would either be during, the hunting seasons or, if Paul was cleaning out his truck, he would.
What do y'all think
And when are the
the
hunting
over-under
seasons for, like,
ratio
deer,
is going to be with
turkey?
Alec
When
taking
are
the
those
stand
Deer
of
season is
answers
typically in the
to
fall, sometime August
eating
to
snot? He
January.
loves to.
Duck season
swallow
is,
that
around
snot.
Thanksgiving to
What
the
do y'all
end of
think?
January, and turkey season is March 22nd to May 1st, somewhere around there.
Were you, and you spent a lot of time at Moselle. I think you already
Uh-huh.
talked about that. Were you around before the, how many entrances and exits are there at Moselle, the
There are
property?
two.
Were you around before when there was only one entrance
I
and
was.
exit? So when there was only one entrance and exit, the main entrance and exit, where was that one?
That was by the kennels.
And is that actually where the mailbox is?
That's right.
And I think packages are sent that way.
They would typically go to the shed, to the hangar.
And then at some point in the future, a second exit was created where some brickwork was done sort of from the house. Is
That's
that
right.
Is that well?
That is.
Well, Mel, I
Um,
can't say I blame you.
And
it is quite
you all
delicious.
spent a lot of time at the kennel
Although
area,
sharing
kind of
is
the hangar
caring.
kennel area.
We did.
It's kind of a good collection point for whatever y'all were doing, whether it was working on the heavy equipment or hunting and getting ready. Point
Yes, sir.
for y'all. And I think out there's also a processing shed for if
There
you
is.
killed anything.
Yes.
And
So
you
I
all are
started
down
watching
there
it. There's
and,
4 episodes.
you know,
I'm
say
on like
say Maggie or
episode
Alex
2 and a
were at
half,
the
maybe
house,
even
and they,
3.
you know, obviously knew you were down there.
Because I went
Would they
early
tend
last
to
night,
drop
so
by
I
before
haven't.
they
I
would
was
leave
gonna
just to
like
see if y'all
try to
needed
catch
anything?
up, but
More often.
this happened, and it'll just have to wait. The flicks will be there. I ain't worried.
All right. And knowing Paul as well as you do, is it, and we've heard a lot about him, is it fair to say that he had a lifestyle that was just fairly unpredictable?
Absolutely.
I mean, he was traveling the state, whether it was Columbia, Charleston, the Low Country, wherever. He was everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And he actually kept clothes in many different places just for that reason, because he was such a traveler.
He did.
So you
Oh,
talk to him
Mel,
almost every
I'm
day,
so
right?
sorry.
But for those that maybe weren't so close to him, it would be fairly
Bless it. That is
hard to even
crazy.
know where he was going to be on
You
any
want me
given
to
day,
write to the flicks?
That's right.
unless you kept in frequent contact with him, right?
That's fair to say.
He was everywhere. Any given day during the week, who knows where he could be.
Mhm.
Fair to
Yes,
say?
sir.
I'll write to them on your behalf.
All right, so I'm going to talk to you about June 7th, 2021. And that's the day you lost your best friend.
That's right.
And that's a tough day for you, is that right?
It is.
You talked to Paul that day on the phone
I did.
in the morning and afternoon times. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And I know you just testified to it, but walk me through again, if you wouldn't mind. I believe y'all were talking about the sunflowers. They died.
We were.
And you often helped out on the farm. Is that also fair to say?
I did. Yes.
Meaning farm related stuff, tilling the ground and planting seeds and all that stuff.
That's right.
You're pretty active in the maintaining of the duck ponds and the corn fields for the hunting purposes too, right?
That's right.
So if Paul needed something, he'd call on you.
That's right.
He'd call on you to help out.
Yes.
And is that what happened on leading up to and on June 7th?
Yes, it was. He knew that I was riding by because typically when you spray something, it takes a couple days before it actually takes effect. So it happened. CB sprayed them, I want to say Thursday or Friday. So we really couldn't get a good idea of what was actually done, the harm that was actually done, until a few days later. And I was going to be riding by Moselle that morning to go to work. So I just swung in there to check on them and see what it was.
I
But we
think
could come up
there's
with
a
game
way
plan on what
around
to
that. I think that the
And you had pretty
account
free
holder
use
can
of the property, meaning you could
Add
show
it-
up and come and
add
go
an
as you
account.
please. That wasn't weird, right?
That's right.
have a
So the
type
fact
of
that you went
account
there that
where they
morning
do
to check
allow
on stuff,
other
that's
users.
actually pretty normal
That's right.
for you. And so you show up on that morning and check the sunflowers, and they're dying. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So the decision was made that y'all would have to. And why do you need sunflowers? What's the purpose of those?
They attract doves. We plant them, kind of corn, sunflowers in the dove field, to have dove hunts.
So it's important for hunting purposes. It's important to maintain a dove field. You call it the dove field.
That's
or
right.
the sunflower field.
Yeah, it's a good attractant.
So the decision made then to till the field and replant the sunflowers.
That's correct.
It wasn't too late in the year and the season. You could still get some good growth out.
That's
of it.
right.
And this is something you're pretty familiar with and you've done a number of times before with Paul.
Yes, sir.
All right. So what do you relay to Paul then?
I talked to Paul, told him that they were in fact dying and we had to restart. So he and I had talked about coming up with a game plan, meeting up.
So
that
my
afternoon
oldest son
at Moselle
has a
to go ahead
standing
and get
Mother's
the
Day
tractor
gift
hooked up
for me.
and begin
So the
plowing
standing
on it.
Mother's Day gift is
And
Hulu.
ultimately, you
and the
weren't able to
Netflix.
make it that day. Is that
So
is that
he's
correct?
like covered
Okay,
from
what
now
did you
until
have
the
going
end of
on?
I
time.
got hung up at work.
Uh,
around
He never has to
Columbia
get me another
So
Mother's
the
Day
plan then
gift.
became, we're just
We
gonna
were-
do it later.
We
right?
established
We'll do
that, oh my
sometime later in
gosh,
the
y'all,
week.
so long
Yes.
ago, like
Now,
when he was 18 and he's
leading up to
26 now.
these
So
events, you
yeah,
received
forever and a
a
day.
Snapchat from Paul around 7 p.m. Is that right?
Sometime around there, yes.
Sometime in the evening time.
That's right.
And tell us what that Snapchat's like a video image that someone can send
I
you.
did.
That's
I got
correct.
some rest day
And
Murray
tell us
pictures
about what that
today.
Snapchat was.
It was a video of the John Deere Highboy sprayer. One of the cylinders on the back to spread the
It's a
boom to
fabulous
spray
gift,
was
Christy. I
leaking
love
pretty
it.
bad. So he was sending me a video to show
I'm
me
very
how bad it
lucky.
was
I
leaking.
have good kiddos.
Okay. And a tiller is a piece of farm equipment. Is that correct?
What is it?
Sorry.
Repeat your question.
You said a tiller? Is that
The
is it-
Highboy.
Highboy. Is that a piece of farm equipment?
It
Oh,
is.
that's awesome.
And is that the thing you
Kez.
would use then to plow the fields?
That's what we would use to spray.
Spray. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. And it was leaking some sort of fluid, meaning it was maybe broken.
That's right.
All right. Now you've
just gonna
in
adjust
all the times we've met, the number of
the
times,
quality real quick.
did you have a
because
chance to listen to
there's a lot of
what
people
we call it
watching.
kind of the kennel
and
kennel
if I
video?
take it
I
down to
did.
480, it's
Um,
just as good, but it doesn't.
and did you when listening to it, did you identify the voices on that video?
I did.
Having known the family, what voices did you hear on that video when you
Paul
heard
and
it?
Miss Maggie in it, Mr. Alec.
Whose mic that's snorting? Can y'all hear that, or is that just me?
All right, down at the kennel area too. If you're down there at nighttime, I assume you've been down there around the nighttime, the hangar kennel area. It's actually pretty fairly well lit area if the lights are all turned on. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
So not only is there the hangar lights inside the hangar, but then there's lights on the outside of the hangar as well.
That's right.
Is that true?
Yes.
And is it true then also that the kennels have lights, both fan lights and overhead lights?
That's correct.
So if you're down there in the middle of the night, even though there may not be any, street lighting or
Is
anything
that
like
lady
that,
lawyer
the
still
kennel
have
area
her
and the
mic
hangar
on?
are
Is
all
that what's going
brightly
on?
lit
It's
with
driving me
fluorescent
nuts,
lighting.
y'all.
Yes, sir.
And would you be able to see the lighting
Thanks, Kev.
if you were at the Mazzell house? Would you be able to look down if it's nighttime? Would you be able to look down and see the well lit area?
You could, yes.
All right, so we're on June 7th. What's the last communication you have with Paul?
That phone call.
And
Phone
you
call
go to
and
bed.
Snapchat.
Sorry, go ahead.
The phone call and the Snapchat.
And you then go to bed that night thinking it's just any other night. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think you testified to it, but you were woken up at what time?
It was around 10:30. Between 10:30 and 11, my mom had called me, and she had heard something had happened at Moselle, so I tried to call Paul.
I remember that
and
too.
text Paul
Crime
and
sleuthing,
didn't get a
and
response, so I
my youngest
got in
daughter
the truck
was
and rode over there as fast as I could.
obsessed with Milo and Otis. Watched
And at the
it
time, were you
over
living
and over,
fairly close
over
by?
and over.
I was living closer to Alameda. It was
We were
probably
forever
a
having
20
to
25
renew
minute
that
drive to
DVD
Moselle.
rental. Till I finally was like, let's just go
When
to
you
Walmart
arrived at
and
the
buy it.
scene, what entrance did you go to initially?
Initially, I was coming down Moselle Road, and I noticed all the first responders over towards the kennel area. And so I pulled in there, and they wouldn't let me in. So then I backed up and came in through the brick columns and made my way around.
And when you arrived, what did you observe?
Oh, when I got there, there were
Oh, she was obsessed with that movie.
a lot of first responders out, and
And she was
I could
obsessed
see
with watching The Annoying Orange on
two
YouTube.
and
Sex.
one by the corner on my feed room door, and they had sheets over them.
And
gotta be
by the
hard.
time you arrived, law enforcement had already cordoned off the area,
They had.
but you could, where the
Yes,
tractor
Noel, you used to be
equipment
able
was
to rent
housed, you could kind of stand
DVDs.
around back there.
That's correct.
And even though it's set further back, you could still see sort of the scene.
Yes.
I don't either. You should have gone to the gate. Just
Who
gone
was
to the
who
gate,
was there
Chris.
with you when you arrived?
When I arrived, it was
I'm sweating right now.
myself,
I'm in the AC, and I'm
Alec,
going to testify.
Randy, Ronnie Crosby, Mark Ball, and I think that's it at the time. People started coming when I got there. A lot of people started coming, showing up.
And I know you testified to it, and it's obviously understandable, but everyone's pretty upset, right?
Yes.
Old enough to know how to use a rotary phone.
And when you did you have a chance then to interact with Alex?
I did.
And is he here today?
He is.
Is he sitting at council table right there in between his lawyers?
Yes.
Yes, Kez, I will.
And
yellow
I think you said
cup,
you hugged. Is that right?
I'm going to
Yeah.
write. I keep forgetting to do this. But
And
I'm
what
gonna
what
write
thing did he repeat to you
Ezra
twice?
McCandless
The
and
boat
ask her
wreck.
about that
The
yellow
boat
cup.
wreck. The boat wreck.
That's the thing he said to you.
That's right.
I'm a 1977 classic.
And
My husband.
did he
was
also
saying it's a
ask you to
classic.
get in touch with Rogan?
He did.
And you know Rogan Gibson,
I do.
friends with him as well.
Yes, sir.
So the two things he says to you there is two of the things he says is the boat wreck. I think he said the effing boat wreck. Is that right?
He did.
And get in touch with Rogan.
Yeah, it was a little while later, but yes, he asked me to call Rogan.
All I remember about the annoying orange. I mean, I remember the videos, but I remember my daughter walking around going, "Hey, wait!" when she wanted to talk to somebody. And she was so cute. Just this little 3-year-old pep squeak, itty bitty little thing. And when she wanted you, she'd be like, "Hey, wait!" Just like the annoying orange, and it used to crack me up. She was so stinking cute.
You mentioned that Paul would clean his cars out down by the kennel area, his
Right.
trucks. Are you aware that he took his truck in to be serviced
I
that
was.
Friday?
Yes.
Okay. And he cleaned that out before he went?
Yes.
And if you're at the house in Moselle, can you see in detail at night what's happening at the
He
kennels?
really
You could
does.
just see the lights you could tell that the
No.
lights were on, and you could see the roof, but that's really about all you
So
could
just
see.
the roof and just the lights.
That's right.
Okay.
You noticed something was down there, but you weren't really able to tell exactly what it was.
Okay. And going back to June 7th, you went out there in the morning for the
Oh, I'm
field.
so
That's
glad
right.
to
Okay.
hear
And
that.
did you
I
see
might
the
have
black
to go
Ford
watch
F-50 up at the
some
house?
I did.
Annoying orange, just to have a moment with my daughter. I wish y'all could have just seen her when she was so tiny. She looks like a little who because she's got the little tiny face and
Thank you. No
big
further
brown
questions.
eyes, and
Well, thank you.
she
You
would
may
just
step
nail
down.
that accent. Hey, wait! So cute, so cute.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a short break. Please do not discuss the case.
Here we go, a short break. Oh, y'all. That's right, Alec. Get up. What you got in your hand there? A Post-it? What was in his hand, Joe? I cannot believe this joker is going to take the stand, you guys. I really cannot.
Everyone, be seated.
I told y'all I would be shook, and I am indeed shook.
Mr. Harpullian, do you need any additional time to confer with Mr. Murdaugh?
He indicates he doesn't need to talk to me. It hurts my feelings, but we don't need any break. However, Your Honor, he does
Are they
need
good? I bet they are,
visit the
Mel.
restroom before we start this process.
Hey,
We'll take a
if
recess
y'all
about
are
10
not
minutes.
subbed to Mel, y'all have got to be subbed to Mel. She is hilarious.
Just needs to use the bathroom before he
Smart,
takes the stand. All right, Philip, I turn
witty,
it back to you.
and
about
a
the question
just
of him
plain
deciding
old
to
good
take the
time.
stand. No, it was important. He
I
needs to
adore her.
federalize his objection because the U.S.
The poop's
Supreme Court
feelings
has
are
held
hurt, y'all.
that the admissibility
He gonna be
of
extra crabby this
impeachment
morning.
evidence is not
Oof.
reviewable if convicted on
Now,
appeal unless the defendant takes a stand.
let's
So in order
mute
for
this
the
because I want to hear literally just what I want to hear the testimony, and I want to talk to y'all. Now I forgot totally what the hell I was gonna say, y'all. Shit. Well, I was talking about Alec gonna take the stand. Oh, I know what I was gonna ask y'all. Oh, Mel. She is. I adore Mel. I really do, you guys. And I know that if you go over there and sub to her channel, you're going to adore her too. You really will. She is just good peeps. And we got to celebrate them good peeps around here. Okay. Let me be an Al for a minute. He is, Angela. He is. Right after this break. Who do y'all think is going to ask Alec the questions? Is it going to be Griffin or the Poot? Who's it going to be? Let's do let me do a poll. I love a poll. Let me go over here to the YouTubes and do a poll. Let's see. Also, while I'm thinking about it, tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 Central, 6 Pacific. Look at me. I will be over on Truth Tellers. We're going to be talking Murdaugh. I will be joined on, it will be Truth Teller, myself, allegedly with Brittany J. and Mallory. I can't wait. I've never been on Truth Teller's panel. She does crack me up though. And she's incredibly intelligent. So I cannot wait. And you guys know I adore Brittany J. and Mallory. So let me, okay, this is muted. Let me add a poll. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Who will question? Oops, typo already. That spot right? Yeah. All right, there we go. There's the poll. If he busts out with ninjas, we're all in big trouble. Backyard Garden. Hey, good to see you. Mel. I think of the most recent videos that you did, I can't move past Lindley and her fashion walk. I just cannot. I love her. I love my fucking Lindley. She's the best. Oh, LFT is an excellent mod. She really is. I'm proud of her. All right, let me see this dadgum. Where is it? Did I not add it? What the hell? No, I got a poll. Where is this poll? Why I can't see this poll? What's happened here? What do I need to do up here? Oh, here it is. All right. So far, we have 12 votes, 13 votes. Oh, it's starting to close up. Getting close to the 50-50. 57% think, 60% think the Poot, 40% think that Griffin will. Now, y'all, we got 28 people in chat. We only got 15 votes. 13 of y'all have not exercised your right to vote. Come on, let's see. 17. I didn't scroll up enough. That was my props. You know, I get impatient. I think it's at the top and it's not at the top. And you know what's weird? I can't see it on my phone. Hey, Madam Nixie, good to see you. Oh, you guys, this is so intense. I think I might be more. Got 20 votes. Oh, let me vote. I don't know if I can. Does it let me vote? Let me see. Yeah, I can't vote. So we're going to be shy one person, I guess. All right, we've got 55 now for Harpootlian and 45 for Griffin. Let me go out and come back in on my live and see if I can then. Nope. So weird. Oh, this is just so much. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Truth teller. Hey, babe. Yes, I am on the edge of my seat. On the edge of my seat. Did you vote in the poll, truth teller, babe? We need to know, who do y'all think, or who do you think is going to question Alex? Is it good, Alec? Is it going to be the Poot or Griffin? Now, I'll say this. I think it was yesterday or the day before, I think I was talking about Alex Erickson, and because I have been so used to, and I was talking about her in a good way, but because I'm so used to saying Alec, I started to call her Alec Erickson. Yeah. Oh, I think it's going to be a fun one, truth teller. I can't wait. Bless it, backyard garden. You're doing a lot. But thank you guys all for being here, and thank y'all for giving me the thumbs up, just the support. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. Y'all are the best. All right, let's see what these people are saying. Let me turn up this.
That are kind of brought back to front, you know what I mean? And so I think there's going to be a problem there for sure. And
I was
when your guys are spending a lot of time saying, well, he may testify, but we want this certain thing
talking about our live tonight that I'm super excited.
Phil, here's the question I have. If his testimony contradicts the testimony of Blanca Simpson or Shelley Smith or, any of the people who said that was his voice on that tape, I don't know why they would have an incentive to make something up or an incentive to lie unless they completely got something wrong. Clearly,
I feel
he would
awful
have
because
an
I had
incentive to
forgotten
lie.
to talk
And so
about
the
it last night.
And by the way, the jury's heard him lie. The jury's heard him say that he's lied to investigators.
That's what I'm saying, Jesse.
This again becomes a question of why this is necessary.
Correct.
If he's going to just say, I never said that to her, I never said that to her, why should the jury believe him now?
Correct.
I agree with you, Jesse. He's better off looking as if he was confused at the time.
Yep.
You know, that while he was, as we say in Yiddish, a little vermischt from all the activity, you know, he didn't get all the facts and the timeline straight. But if he takes the stand, that I truly believe under that
To my
primacy
Yiddish
recency
repertoire, I only
notion,
know
that's
2
going to be the
words,
lasting
verklempt,
final impression with that jury.
and
And they're not going
now
to believe a darn word he said.
Oh, but this
I
may be
already
the big.
forgot what
I
the word
thought,
is.
Joe, I thought the
Vernished?
timeline that was created by the prosecution, that really multi-page timeline, was going to be the thing that the jury would really focus on. I imagine they still could, but now it's going to be the testimony of Alec Murdaugh. And it seems to me that this is a guy who got himself into trouble
Mel,
based on everything that he said. It was not only what the
I don't
evidence
know.
was at the crime
I'm
scene.
shook. I
But it
cannot
was
believe
what
this
he
joker
said
thinks it's a good
afterwards,
idea,
his
and he
words
doesn't
that
even
got
want to
into
talk to the
trouble.
pooch.
You would think that maybe
So
that
now
would give
we've
him
got
pause,
look,
but clearly not.
Harpootlian
Maybe
with
look, maybe I'm a
hurt
little
feels.
pessimistic. Let's see how he
He
does.
hurt
What do you think, Joe? Could
Harpootlian
potentially
right
be
in
to
the
his benefit?
feelers, y'all.
I think it's just going to be
I
hard
wonder if
for
the
him
Harpootlian's
to
going
win again. I guess anything is possible, right? He's facing a lot of time, even in a best case. And so he figured he'd go for it. Maybe there's some ego there. Maybe he's hoping that the love for his children, for his wife, for his family comes through. But there's a lot of inconsistencies that get brought back to front.
I'm curious about
virtue
that
of
too,
his
truth teller.
testimony. And so, if his attorney is objecting on cross about particular things being said, now
I
he looks
just am
inconsistent because here
so
you are. You went back, you
shook
went on the stand.
that
You're the
he
accused murderer.
thinks
Of
this
course,
is a
they're going to
good
ask you a bunch
idea.
of questions.
I don't
you're
even
gonna
know
look
what
like
to
you don't want
say.
certain information to come forward. So, there's a lot of minefields. It's a great defense attorney. I like counsel. But,
Oh gosh, y'all,
this is
it's
a big
dead
minefield. And I'll give
even,
you 10-1.
50-50
He
for
advised him not to
Harpootlian
get on
and
the stand.
Griffin.
I'll bet you he
And I
advised him not
can't
to.
vote, so I
Okay,
can't
so
be
that
the
becomes an
tiebreaker.
interesting
We got
question here, right?
one
Philip,
more
like,
person
if the
needs to
financial
vote.
crimes were never going to come in, do you think there was a situation, and maybe we're trying to read the tea leaves a little bit based on Dick Harpootlian's statements, do you think if the financial crimes were never going to be brought up in questioning of Alec Murdaugh while he's on the stand, that Dick Harpootlian advised Alec Murdaugh, you should take the stand, versus maybe what happened now? And again, we're purely speculating here.
Correct.
Since you're going to be asked about financial crimes, you really shouldn't take the stand. Do you think that conversation happened?
I think the conversation happened, but I think on balance, his counsel told him not to take the stand in any scenario. It could only get worse. Right now, what you have in all those videos is him denying it. If he takes the stand, all they're going to do is confront him with all those videos.
Oh
and
my
now he's
gosh, I
gonna have
hadn't
to explain
considered
away
that,
why he
LSG.
lied or why he was
Hey,
incorrect
Karen
or
Canada,
why
good
he was
morning.
inaccurate. And again, that's going to be the final impression with the jury. It's not worth it. Look, he's got reasonable doubt now with what they have. If he's acquitted, chances are all those financial crimes are going to settle. He will likely see the light of day again, although after a lengthy period of incarceration.
And you know what? That's one of the things that
How long is it going to go?
excuse me,
So
Jesse,
we
I don't want
thought
to
that the
interrupt you or
defense was
talk
gonna
over
finish
you.
up
That's really rude. I'm not a rude person.
That if all this comes in, all the financial evidence,
To me, that the audacity
make the trial last another
of
week. I mean, are we talking
them
about
to
potential,
think that he
Robert
would be
Murdaugh
entitled to any
question
special
lasting
privilege
9 days?
if he hauls his keister up on that stand. Like, I hope they all have big pockets in their pants, and Alec has big pockets in his jail suit to carry around all that audacity, because they got a ton of it. You know, the court, this is 2023, not 1983, not 2003, not even 2013. Okay. The days of special privilege and getting passes are gone. And I'm glad that the judge was like, no,
I think so too. And
you can make objections as he asks the questions, and we'll take it from there. But I'm not gonna give him any type of special accommodation. And I was thinking about it, and I remember covering the Yasser Saeed trial. He is the father who has been convicted of killing his 2 daughters. They were referred to as honor killings in Texas. And he also had pending charges outside of the murder charges. He had charges for running. He was on the top 10 most wanted. And so there was another trial coming up. And if I remember correctly, his defense attorney said that he didn't want to be questioned about where he was or what he did when he left the country, right? And honestly, if I remember right, the judge in that case was like, fine, don't ask him questions about that, because the prosecution agreed. They didn't need to talk about that. All right, here we go. All right, I'm ending
You
the
do.
poll.
Absolutely. You may bring the jury.
I'm with you, Elizabeth. I can't with these people. LFT, come back. I need that yelling gopher, beaver, groundhog. What is it? That meme where it's just standing up with its mouth open. I need that. LFT. What's happening here? Hey, Anna. Good to see you. Prairie dog. There you go. Thank you, Amelia. All right, y'all. The lying liar face who tells lies is about to take the stand. Brace yourselves. Ellen. I like the camel, though. Mike. I don't know, chick. I put those even. I need to know where that yellow cup is. I'm telling y'all, I'm fixing after I get done with this Murdaugh stuff. I am writing Ezra McCandless, and y'all will see it. Y'all will see the outgoing letter, and y'all will see the incoming letter. Brace yourselves. I have the handwriting of a serial killer. Hey, Jennifer, how good to see you. He's testifying. All right, LFT is back. Roll call. Hey, and 5, 6, 7, 8. Good to see ya. What are we waiting for? Is the jury in? I'm more of a wheezer. I'm not crazy. I've just been in a very bad mood for 40 years. What's happening? What are we doing? Let me see. Oh, he needs chapstick. Lordy be. Does he need to? Does somebody need to put baby powder on his bum? I don't even think that's a thing that you do anymore. What is happening? Yes, LFT. Alec Murdaugh, you are too twisted for color TV. I don't know that he can talk him out of it at this point. Okay, we don't. Okay, no more baby powder on the bums. Okay. See, I haven't had a little one in a long time. I wonder what kind of chaps. Let's just. I mean, clearly we're just monkeying around here. So, maybe I wonder what kind of chapstick he uses. It looked to me like yellow, which could be chapstick, but also Burt's Bees comes in yellow. What do y'all think? What's the other chapstick? Eros? I don't know how you say that. The one that looks like a little egg. You think Burt's Bees for sure, Shmita? Ooh, you know what I thought of? You know what else it could be? Carmex. Good point, LFT. Good point. Well, the red cap on the Burt's Bees would match the color of his pants because they surely on fire. Oh my God. What are we doing? Diane, yeah. Gorilla Glue.
Thank you.
Defense. I feel like that gif from Caddyshack.
Ma'am, you will not be able to sit.
We're waiting.
You cannot sit there. You cannot sit in the jury box.
Who's sitting in the jury box?
You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, wishes to take the stand.
What is, Lord have mercy, exactly right, truth teller. People sitting in the dadgum jury box. Alec out
You swear or
here
affirm that the testimony you give
putting
today
on
will be the truth, the whole
lipstick and
truth,
trying
and
to,
nothing
or
but the truth.
chapstick and
Yes,
trying to
ma'am.
poke his eye out so we
You'll
can
have
get a
to see what
cry.
the witness said. Adjust that microphone. And if you don't mind stating your full name again and spelling your last name.
Shut the front
I'm
and
Alec
the back
Murdaugh.
door.
MUR
I'll be right back,
DAUGH.
y'all. I'm gonna be in chat. Y'all behave.
Good morning.
Shmita and LFT will keep y'all in line. Please hold.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June 7th, 2021, did you take this gun or any gun like it and shoot your son Paul in the chest in the feed room at your property off Moselle Road?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take a 300 blackout such as this and fired into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a 300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime. Ever.
Mr. Murdaugh, is that you on the kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It is.
Were you in fact at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
Did you lie to SLED Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th and told them that you stayed at the house after dinner?
I did lie to them.
Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft on the follow-up interview on June 10th that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was at dinner?
I did lie to them.
And in the interview of August 11th, did you tell Agent Owen and Agent Croft, did you lie to them by telling them that you were not down at the kennels on that night?
Yes.
Alec, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. It could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me. It might be a reaction somebody had to something I did. It might be a policeman following me in a car. That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paul, don't talk to anybody without Danny with you. All my partners were just repeatedly telling me that. I had a deputy sheriff taking gunshot test from my hands. I'm sitting in a police car with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. And all those things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for SLED, caused me to have paranoid thoughts. Normally, when these paranoid thoughts would hit me, I could take a deep breath real quick and just think about it, reason my way through it, and just get past it really quickly. On June the 7th, I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason. And I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did. I'm sorry to my son Buster. I'm sorry to Grandma and Papa T. I'm sorry to both of our families. Most of all, I'm sorry to Mags and Pawpaw. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them. Ever. Ever.
Did you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
Oh, what a tangled web we weave. But once I told a lie, then I told my family, I had to keep lying.
Alex, tell the jury what happened on the evening of June 7th, starting when you met with Paul.
I'd been at work that day, a fairly normal day. You mean start in the morning or?
Sure, start in the morning.
It was just a regular morning. Maggie was leaving to go out of town. She was going to a doctor's appointment, and she had some stuff to do at Edisto, where she was having some work done on our house at Edisto. But Maggie was there that morning. She went to leave, and she told me she was doing these things. Always.
Y'all, I have to pause for commentary because obviously fair use, but let me just state for the record, Alec Murdaugh is a lying liar face who tells lies and it's out of his own mouth. So are you lying when you're saying that you're a liar? Because you're a liar. We can't believe nothing you say. That is all. That's my commentary. Let's continue. Sorry.
Always ask Maggie to come back home and stay with me. But anyway, Maggie had left. She did her thing. I went to work, did work. I learned from Paul that
Got called on the carpet by Jeannie, second
that's
to a
Paul,
whole
my son Paul,
barbecue.
murdered.
And your name for him was Paul.
Yeah, we called him Paul.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And Buster, Maggie, I called him Paul or Paul Terry, but Mags called him Paul, Buster called him Paul. A lot of people called him Paul. But anyway, I learned about I'd known that CB, the guy that worked for us, had sprayed the sunflowers. I knew about that, but I'd been out of town. I didn't know they were dead. Paul let me know they had died. So we had to replant the dove field. That's our dove field, which the dove field is just a big social part of having property. People would come, and it's just a social big part of it. So the dove field was a big deal. So when the sunflowers got killed, we knew they were dead. Paul was coming home. And I learned that early Monday morning.
And and we'll catch back up, but at some point in time, did you meet up with Paul?
Yeah. After work, I met Paul at the property.
And we're going to backfill and talk about more of the day, but I just want to focus in on that evening right now.
Okay.
When Paul gets to the property, what do y'all do?
First thing we do is we go to the dove field, and we look at the dove field. And
how'd you get to the dove field?
He had come in my brother's truck. We got in my son Buster's black pickup truck. We called it Buster's truck, or the black pickup truck. You've heard it called too, but I call it Buster's truck.
Okay, so you're in Buster's truck, and you go to the dove field. Tell the jury what else.
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go to the dove field and we look, and it was clearly it didn't. You could tell they were. You could tell they'd been sprayed, and you could tell they were dead. They might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead. So we knew that. So we knew we had to replant them.
All right, I got to stop again for commentary. You could tell. Did you check their pulses too? The sunflower fields. My God, here we go.
The whole field. So that didn't take but a second. But after that, Paul.
No, it was always CB Rowe. Heather.
We just rode the property. We spent time together. We rode around and we spent time together on the property.
Did you go to the duck pond?
Oh yeah, we went to several food plots. We went to Single Oak Stand, we called it, which is across the road. I know we went to the Bridge Stand. We went to the duck pond where we stayed for a minute.
We get it. You were all over
And-
Hell's Half Acres. Got it.
Did you,
I can remember the duck pond specifically because
Because why?
I had helped Paw plant the dove field
Please stop
and
calling him that. It's
the
kind of
corn in the
icky.
dove field. So sunflowers, corn. And I had helped him plant the corn in the dove field. Paw had planted the duck pond by himself, and he's making a really big deal to me about how much better the corn was doing in the duck pond than it was in the dove field.
All right.
We stayed there for a little while. We were at the cabin for a little while. We rode around the cabin looking at it.
cabin is what?
That's it's just a little small, it's truly a cabin. It's a 4-room structure. It's got a little living area, a little kitchen. It's got 2 little bedrooms and 1 little bathroom. And it's what you've heard talk about where the kids stayed some summers. And
Is that what the jury's seen, some overhead pictures? It's just right there on Moselle Road?
yeah, it's right up on Moselle Road, and it's very close to the driveway that goes
Isn't
to the
it, though?
shop and the
Mel,
kennels.
it's like this don't seem.
Did you
this
spend any
cannot
time
be
at the
real
shop?
life, y'all.
Oh yes, I mean the shop was, that was sort of the hub. That was the main place. If you weren't at the house, you might be out going to this field or this food plot or this duck pond or this part of the river, but
Please rein your
the shop
client in. He's off in the
is
weeds.
where the kennels were located. That was, you were always there. Something was always going on there. You're always doing something there. That's where all the tools were. That's where all the equipment was kept. I mean, that was the main hub.
Okay.
And so we were there that day. I mean, there was a point in time where we unloaded a bulldozer that had been on a different part of the property. It was on a trailer. We unloaded it and sprayed it down real quick. That was just one of the many things we did that day.
One of the things the
Please
jury's
stop
seen,
sucking your snot
Alec,
and swallowing it.
is a
It's gross.
Snapchat video of you and doing something with a tree. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah,
And so what was happening there?
that's just part of when we were riding. That particular location where that was is at a food plot that we called Sawtooth Oaks, and it was named that because there were some sawtooth oaks that were planted there that you can't see in the picture. But what that tree is, at all these food plots, there's an area where it's not as big as a field, but it's like a field where you plant vegetation for wildlife. Like it might be cowpeas or soybeans, but you plant, and then there's a feeder to attract deer. Then we planted these little fruit trees on these stands. And what you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to. It had fallen over. I had straps on it.
Got to pause for commentary. Can I just say what we're witnessing here, folks, is a miracle, because the day of and subsequent days after, he had no memory of this messing with this fruit tree or the Snapchat video or none of this. And now it is a miracle. His memory has been restored. He remembers all the things. Okay, let's get back to it.
Strings on it that were holding it up. One of the strings, I undid the other string, and it was falling over, and Papa was laughing at me, trying to get it back upright. And it was just a fruit tree that I'd been dealing with for years.
Anthony
And it wouldn't
Tote.
stand up straight.
And were
Amelia,
you all
Anthony
having a good
Tote.
time at that point?
You could not be around Papa. You could not be around him and not have a good time.
Were you close to Paul?
I believe Morgan would disagree with that. I believe it is possible
Couldn't
to
be any
be around
closer
Paul and
than
not have a good
Paul
time, especially when she
and
got
I and
slapped
Buster
and
and
spit
I
on. Just saying,
were and
nobody's
are.
perfect.
He's just wonderful. Wonderful.
And it's one of the things you enjoyed doing together was just riding the property?
I love doing anything with Paul. It was an absolute delight. But yeah, one of the things, I mean, Paul's passion.
I have to pause for commentary quickly. Yes, you like doing lots of things with Paul. Shotgunning beers. Mm-hmm.
I mean, Paul was passionate about a lot of things, but that property was really a passion of his. I mean, he loved to work it. He loved to work with fields. He loved to work with food plots. He loved to hunt. I mean, he'd work on the roads. I mean, he would work on all of it. I mean, he would work on the structure. I mean, he worked on the whole property. It was his passion.
Good to see you.
So on the evening of the 7th,
Hey, S. Daniel, good to
Jury's
see
been
you. Hey, Melissa J.
inundated with data from various different sources, but
Hey, Shannon.
Sure.
just ballpark, can you, I mean, knowing, what we know now after reviewing everything, but roughly when do you remember Paul getting there and you getting there and starting to ride the property?
Now that I've had the benefit of seeing all of these records,
Oh, this is a mistake.
Paul got home, I believe, a little bit before 7 o'clock. And I got home a little bit before him.
Okay.
I think the details had been that I got home around 6:42 or 6:45 or something like that. And Paul got there, very quickly thereafter,
And then,
by 7 o'clock.
so you rode the property for a while. Do you remember when
Sweet
Maggie
Jesus,
arrived?
that's not. I
Yeah,
can't.
it was later than that. It was 8 or after 8. I think it was after 8 and looking at the records, a little bit after 8.
And do you remember her arriving or where you were when she arrived?
So you have no.
I believe that I was
independent
at
memory
the
of
shop
this.
when,
Okay.
when she came through, which would not be unusual for her having been away. If Blanca had gotten the mail or somebody had gotten the mail, maybe not. But if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through there. And I believe she did pull through there that day. And Paul and I were at the shop, I believe.
And then what did you do after Maggie arrived?
Maggie went to the house, and I know that.
You know that?
But
Okay.
shortly after, however, I learned that Maggie got home, I went to the house when Maggie got home, and I left Paul at the shop.
So, and what'd you do when you got to the house?
I saw Mags, talked to Mags, and I took a shower.
The clothes that we saw in that Snapchat video is that the clothes you had at work that day?
Yes, those are the clothes I had on at work that day.
And the jury's seen you in those clothes and what's on June 7th. How tall were you and how much did you weigh?
On June 7th, well, I'm a hair over 6'4", right at 6'4". On June the 7th, I was about 265 pounds, 264, 265.
And this was in June, June 7th.
Yes, sir.
When you're outside riding around and do you get hot and sweaty?
Absolutely. I mean, Paul and I had done some things. We unloaded the bulldozer, cleaned the bulldozer. We fooled around. Yeah, I mean, I sweated. I was heavy, and taking prescription pills also makes you sweat worse, or at least taking oxycodone makes you sweat more than you did.
So was it unusual for you to take a shower when you got back to the house?
Not at all.
And after you took a shower, what did you change into?
I changed into the clothes that you've seen in this trial, shorts and the shirt.
Okay. when you got out of the shower, you changed
Aside
clothes,
from
what'd you do
Griffin.
next?
Alice, please.
I went back out where Mags and Pawpaw were and
What were
for
they
dinner.
doing? What was going on?
Mags had, as you've heard, Blanca had prepared dinner, but it had been cooked earlier. Mags had fixed. I know Mags had fixed mine and her plate because I didn't fix a plate. She may have fixed Pawpaw. Pawpaw was eating, and Pawpaw was almost done eating by the time I got back out, which also wasn't unusual. I mean, Pawpaw was always on the go. I mean, he never sat still. And, you know, he'd sit down to eat, but then he's going on to his next item.
And
So then Maggie and I ate.
and you all eat at the table? Do you eat at the den? What's your normal habit?
We would do both, but I mean, when we ate at the table, it was really sort of more formal or not formal, but just more of an organized thing. What we would normally do on a regular evening is we would eat in the den in front of the TV. And that's where we ate that day. I ate on the couch, the table. Maggie had a little a TV tray that she kept over there, and Pawpaw would usually sit in a recliner and eat off of the ottoman.
Was the TV on?
Yes,
Was that normal for the TV to be on?
yes. TV, if we were in the house, TV was on.
So what happened next, Alec?
Pawpaw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something or he was in his room doing something. He was outside doing something. I
Correct.
actually thought he'd gone to the shed, but in looking at the the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house or somewhere around the house
I
doing
like all
something,
of
but he
those
wasn't in there with
things,
Maggie and I.
Mel. I like snacks.
But Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and I had eaten dinner. I laid back on the couch where I was sitting. Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and she asked me to go, and I didn't go at that time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot. I just had a shower. I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating more, and the dogs is always a chaotic scene. And
You knew you'd end up sweating more. I have to pause for commentary here. So what? You're a water conservationist now, and you didn't want to use up any more water? Your water bill was too high? What? This makes zero sense, but okay.
I just didn't want to go right then.
Well, let me ask you, what had you done the previous days, like Friday and Saturday and Sunday?
Start with Friday or
Yeah.
go backwards?
Yeah. Start with Friday.
All right, on that.
Just briefly.
So 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. So June the 4th, my dad was in the hospital in Savannah, Georgia, at Memorial Hospital. And I went down to visit him Friday afternoon, and I stayed with him in the hospital. I spent the night there. You know, he was real sick. I mean, he was having a hard time.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
Alice, you have got to get down.
No, I mean, I had a real sweet nurse found me. At first, there was just a hard chair in there like this, but a nurse found me a soft chair, sort of like a recliner. So, I mean, I'm sure I slept, but I didn't sleep. You know, I didn't
It's
get
the
a night's
hospital.
sleep.
Nobody
mostly.
sleeps well. Gotcha. Unless you're
And then
medicated.
Saturday and Sunday,
Saturday, we had plans with Buster and Brooklyn. Y'all have heard about Brooklyn. It's Buster's wonderful little girlfriend. And Max and I had plans with them to meet them in Columbia to go to the South Carolina. It was a regional baseball tournament. And South Carolina was playing Virginia, I believe. So when I got back from Savannah and met up with Mags, at some point we headed to Columbia. So I mean, there wasn't a lot going on in between there. We headed up to Columbia and met Bus in Brooklyn.
And then, did you stay in Columbia Saturday night?
We did. We went to the ball game, and I remember it was an evening game. We went pretty early and tailgated. Maggie had reconnected with a college friend who coincidentally had married a college friend of mine. And they had a son that played for Carolina. He was a first baseman, and a really good little player. And we met them and tailgated with them, and it was a lot of fun. They had a lot of the parents of the players that were playing for Carolina, and it was a fun time. We tailgated, and then we went to, and it was a night game, so we went to the game, and the game got over. It was fairly late into the evening.
I need to stop. I'll be quiet.
After that, Bus, Brooklyn, and Mags and I believe we went to the restaurant in the hotel where we were staying, but we went, had dinner, and then Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our room.
And then get up the next day, and is there another game?
Another game the next day. That's right. And
then after that, you head back to Moselle with Maggie.
yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags and I go back to
Moselle.
Moselle.
The jury's heard about, I think, Ms. Rass talking about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts to your dad.
Maggie loved to. She spoiled my dad, and always taking him something. My dad loved sweets, and she and I picked up donuts and took Krispy Kreme donuts to him.
And then y'all both spent the night together at Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes.
And then the 7th was a work day?
That's right. It was a Monday, June the 7th.
Hang on. I'll rephrase it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was Monday the 7th a work day for you?
Yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to give that background. And so moving forward to when you testified previously about Maggie asking you to go to the kennels, were you tired?
Oh, yes, I was tired.
And you had just had a shower?
Just had a shower.
Meeting.
And you said that, well, did you go with Maggie to the kennels immediately?
No, I did not.
What'd you do? What did she leave?
Yes, she did. She left and Pawpaw was gone.
Do you know how she got to the kennel?
At the time, I didn't, but now looking at these condensed records and understanding the timeline, it's clear to me that she rode with Pawpaw.
I agree, Dana. Who doesn't like
And
Krispy Kreme? I like Dunkin'
did you
Donuts
stay in the
better.
house?
Yes,
For how long?
not long. I laid back on the couch, put my feet up, and like many times when Maggie asked me to do something that I didn't want to do or didn't start out doing, I changed my mind and decided I'm gonna ride up there. And I did.
Well, ain't
And
you a
how
swell
did you
guy
get
and a
to
good
the-
neighbor?
To the kennels?
I went on a golf cart.
Was the golf cart at the house, the main house?
Yeah, it was. And it was there most of the time.
And when you got down to the kennels, what was happening?
It's just what I thought it was. It was a little bit of chaos. I mean, it was clear to me that Mags had just let the dogs out. The two dogs that were out were really her pet dogs. One is Grady. You've heard about a black lab. That's Grady. That's Buster's dog. And the other is the yellow lab that you've heard about. That's Bubba. Bubba was mine and Maggie's dog, but it was really mine, Maggie's, Bus, and Pawpaw's dog. It was a family dog. But Bubba's the dog I hunted. I mean, Maggie loved Bubba. She loved Grady too, but I mean, she had a special place for Bubba. But anyway, when the dogs first were let out, the first thing they would do is they would run. If you look at the overhead picture that you've seen, there were planted pines right behind the kennels.
Mm-hmm.
So you got the kennels and the chicken coop sort of form an L shape. And in that L,
L
was
for
the
liar.
first thing dogs would do is go out in that ken. Bubba and Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it too. But Bubba had to mark every tree. I mean, he would go and he'd do a little number on this tree and that tree. You know how dogs do, and it's marking his territory. And so that was the first thing those dogs did when they came out. When I got there, those dogs were in that area. So that's why I believe that it hadn't been long before they'd been let out. Grady was chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do.
What are guineas?
Guinea fowl is a guinea fowl is like it's like a chicken. It's a domestic bird that, you know, we had them. They make a lot of racket. It's like I know this sounds silly, but it's like a guard bird.
They are loud.
Because anytime, they just make a lot of racket anytime anything unusual is going on. If anything disturbs them, it could be a person, it could be somebody driving up, whatever, they're going to make a lot of racket. So Grady's chasing the guineas. Paul's fooling with Rogan's dog Cash.
Right, truth
Maggie's
teller,
just
y'all
kind
are-
of standing
I'ma
there
highlight
watching
everybody.
the dogs, which is normal. And they were in that place. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out a long time. Bubba catches a chicken. I'm talking to Maggie for just, a short time before Bubba catches a chicken. I take the chicken, I put it, when Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them. And they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was about the chase with those dogs. And they were proud when they caught one. You could just tell by the way Bubba would prance to you when he brought the chicken to you. He was proud that he had caught it, but he wasn't trying to kill it. And so the chicken wasn't dead. And
Let me pause for commentary here because that's what I have to do. Labs are working dogs. They like to, this is what they do. I mean, it's literally in their name. They're Labrador retrievers. They love to retrieve. Okay. And he is right. They typically are not, they're used for duck hunting, mainly because of their soft mouth. They don't break the skin when they go and retrieve the duck. And they are proud to bring back whatever it is. I have had labs since I was a kid, and I've got one now. And my black lab Baxter and my chocolate lab Nestor love nothing more than having that ball thrown and bringing it back. They are proud. They're incredibly lovable, sweet, mischievous, in the best kind of way animals. And what you are accused of doing in front of those dogs is criminal on every level.
that chicken wasn't dead. But a lot of times they would be stunned and they would be just real lethargic. So you had to take the chicken and you had to put it up somewhere where, the chicken could be by itself for a minute and
Get its thoughts together.
and it would eventually, usually, come back to normal and go on about its, whatever a chicken does.
Chicken,
Did you get
chicken's
the
doing chicken things.
chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I did. I took the chicken from Bubba and I put it on top of that.
Now we've seen, this video of Paul with Cash, Rogan's dog. Did you know that was going on? What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I knew Paul was fooling with when I pulled up on the golf cart, Maggie was standing back sort of where the driveway would be.
They sure
It sort
have.
of runs out at the
Truth
feed
teller.
room, storage room, what we
Listen,
call it. It's
justice
been
for
called the
Bubba.
feed room. But it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further up where she could see back in that angle where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel. If I remember when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway, but then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing, no.
Did you?
I knew he was fooling with his tail.
Was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up, you think?
Not when I first got there.
Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Which, both dogs, one dog, do you remember?
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his what we call a tracking collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had a series of tracking collars, and I think there were 5. It might have been 6, but it's a tracking collar that had a device that would tell you where that collar was, so that Bubba was bad about, he would stay close for a minute, but then he would take off, and he especially do that on Maggie. He would take off and run, and so he had on a tracking collar that if he did that, you could, you could know, okay, he's, a half a mile down here. It's not going to follow him, but so far, but it would follow a good long distance. So you could go get the dog if he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it was just Mags and Bubba. And so Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba.
So you've got us where you've gotten the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and put it up on a doghouse or something?
I believe what I put it on, and I don't remember this, but I've seen pictures and all this, and I saw the chicken sitting on top of the what looks to me like a portable dog crate. Wherever it was sitting on there is where I would have put it up there.
Oh, okay.
You know, any reason to believe anybody else moved that chicken, and it ultimately that chicken did die.
And what did you do after you got chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I got out of there. I left. I went back to the house.
All right. Well, look, before we do that,
I got out of there.
We've seen the dog kennel video with Cash and Mr. Davis, and we slowed it down for him. Do you see the water hose in that video on the ground? Do you remember seeing that?
Yes, I did.
Was the water hose out?
Obviously, in the video, but I don't specifically remember that, but I can look in that video and see it.
Right.
But that's not something that I noticed.
So, but you've seen it in the video here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the two dogs were out.
Absolutely. Bubba and Grady.
And then you head back. How did you get back to the house?
The same route. I mean, the same route I'd come on. I came down the driveway, made a left on, you saw my route in the car. I drove that same route.
My question obviously wasn't clear enough. What, were you in a vehicle? You walked? What mode of transportation did you use to get back to the house?
Same way I came. I went back in the golf cart. And it is the golf cart, if you remember, that Mark Ball testified that he saw where we normally would park it. You'd pull along the front entrance.
Jim, we got to work on your
come in from the left and
you
you go
look
just past it
confused,
and be on
baffled,
the right,
and
and you
annoyed
come
at
in
the
from the
same
right
time.
and you'd be just past it on the left. And that's where I got in it, and that's where I
Your
put it
face
back.
as you're listening to.
Did you do anything else
All right, I'll be right back. Y'all behave.
before leaving after you took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
No.
We've heard about Bubba being stubborn. How long did it take you to get chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Well, Bubba could be stubborn, but Bubba would listen to me. And another thing, when Bubba had on that collar, one of the other features of that collar was
What did Bubba have on the collar, or was it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I know Bubba had a collar on, and I'm not sure about Grady.
Okay, go ahead.
If
I'm
I
sorry.
misspoke on that, there's no question about it. Bubba had on a collar, I assume Grady did too. But I didn't, I didn't, even though I saw Grady, I didn't notice for a fact that Grady had on a collar.
Okay.
But he probably did.
So. how
Makes
long-
sense to me that he did.
How long did it take to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
It didn't take long. Number one, Bubba's coming back there to show me, hey, I caught this chicken. So he's not running from me. He's proud of that fact that he caught this chicken. So, I mean, he comes right up to me. Bubba was really strong, but you know, you take your thumb when the dog's clenched and his mouth's a little bit open. All you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up. Took the chicken out and put it on, I believe, the portable dog kennel.
And then left.
And then I left.
Then leave, okay. And did you go back to the house?
I went straight back to the house, to the air conditioner.
And what'd you do when you got back to the house?
I lay down on the couch.
And then what? Well, I mean, was TV on when you went back?
Yeah, the TV never got cut off.
So you went back to the house, you laid down on the couch, and then what happened next?
I'm not positive I dozed off for a minute or didn't doze off for a minute, but I got up off of the couch and I made up my mind I was going to visit my mom.
Had you spoken to Barbara Mixon earlier in the day?
I did. I
And,
talked to Barbara most days. If I didn't see her, I talked to her.
and what was your understanding of your mother's condition on the afternoon of the 7th?
She was agitated, which she got agitated when my dad, we were putting my dad in the hospital. I mean, he had a lot over the 18 months, 2 years. I mean, my dad was in the hospital. He was in the hospital a lot. And my mom, I believe my mom knew when my dad wasn't there because, she would get agitated. I mean, that's just the only term you can think of. She'd get agitated. She'd cry a lot. She'd be fussy when she normally wouldn't be fussy. I know Alzheimer's patients are unpredictable, but I'm convinced she knew because it happened frequently. And Barbara Ann told me, your mom's agitated. You need to check on her. I gave her medicine. She's resting. So it wasn't anything urgent, but she's resting. So what Barbara would do, and Barbara could handle her better than, my mama. We all love Barbara. My mama loved Barbara. Barbara could get my mom to do things that nobody else, when she fussed for, including me or my brothers or my sisters, Barbara could get her, in order. And but Barbara had given her medicine and to settle her down and calm her down, and that would sometimes make her go to sleep for a little while, but then she'd be agitated when she woke up.
So did you go check on your mom?
I did.
Where did you park when you got there?
You saw the pictures. There's two exits off of that deck. One of them to the right, one of them straight out that back door. I would have parked to the left. If you're coming down these steps, if these are the steps, it would be to the left and back over there.
All right.
Which is where I always parked, or where we always parked, anytime you were going in that entrance.
All right, I'm going to stop there and ask Doug, if you don't mind pulling up State's Exhibit 524, which is the GM OnStar data, and slide 38, which is in evidence. Can you see this the slide with those dots,
Yes, sir.
Alec?
I can.
Red dots here at the, that seem to be joined. Where is that in relation to your parents' house?
Where the arrow is?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's back in the area where I'm talking about. All right, so if you look in this picture, all right, you see you see the open area with the green grass? That's the front door. Okay, yeah, right where that circle is. That's the front door. If you look closely at the house, you can see a big dormer right in the middle of the roof. That's right over the front door. The white thing to the left of the house, that's like a parking pad where the driveway ends. And there's a parking pad. So you if you follow the driveway all the way to the house, you're gonna run straight into a carport. All right, by the carport door. Just to the left, before you get to the carport, is this area that you can see here. That's part driveway, mainly parking pad.
All right, I'm gonna, Doug, if you'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 130, which is in evidence, please, sir.
Yeah.
And from this photo, can you point out roughly where you parked that evening?
All right, this is the entrance to the right that I'm talking about. There's an exit and an entrance right in front of that door that you see there. So if you came down those steps, walk to your left, would be where I parked.
Oh, would you have parked on the grass?
You get on the edge of the grass back there. There's some grass there for sure, but it's not the area up here by the house where it's sodded and
Sure.
this grass that you can really see in this picture. So it may be on the edge of the grass. Yes.
In relation to the satellite dish, are you looking at this photo? Are you to the right of that?
Yeah, you'd be to the right of that satellite dish.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I believe that satellite dish is right on the edge of the there's a hedge, and like you see I don't know what you call it, a border, like a border where the grass ends and the flower bed or whatever it is starts.
Right.
I think you can't see it, but I think that satellite's probably close to that border.
All right. Well,
So it'd be to the right of that in this picture.
Doug, will you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 134? See if this is a. So
Yeah.
is the door that you're talking about?
That's it.
The stairs are those the ones where you would enter?
Right. These are the steps that I used that night that we always used. And one of the reasons being is my dad, this door goes into what we call the breakfast room. The breakfast room leads right into the kitchen. And so straight through this door, all of the breakfast room is kind of to the left. That door goes straight through another doorway. There's no door there, but it's like just an opening. It goes into the kitchen. Immediately to your right of that entrance into the kitchen is the entrance into where my mom and dad's rooms were. So if you went through that door, you were in a little area that had my mom's closet, my dad's closet. A little bit further, you go into my mom's bedroom. If you went to the right, you would go. My dad and my mom didn't sleep in the same room at this point, but the bedrooms were, they were back to back. There was a door going from one to the other that was blocked, but it was there, and then there was a bathroom. So this is really the part of the house that at their age was getting used. So that's why you went in this entrance, because my mom and who.
Let me just say that this is a lot of irrelevant details, and you'll note that he had access to both his mom and his dad's closets immediately as he entered the home. I just want to point that out because when there's some things found in some closets, now I can't remember exactly which closets there were, but I'd also like to take this opportunity to say that, again, with this irrelevant detail, that he has now given the entire internet's the layout to his parents' house where his mother still resides. Idiot. Thank you, Karen Canada. Welcome to the Kookaloos. Thank you so much. All right, let me unpause this. But y'all know I had got to pause for commentary.
Whoever was caring for her, always in her bedroom, which would be just on the other side of the room that has these windows that you see to the right. All right, those would be the windows for the room where my dad slept.
Right.
And then my mom's right on the other side. The kitchen's right there. This is the part of the house they were always in.
And are you the only one that would pull up in the back like that?
No.
Is it common for your brothers and your sister to do the same?
Oh, we all did it. I mean, we all parked in the same way. If you knew you were going to the front of the house, or if you knew there was a crowd there, or for whatever, you may park on the driveway. But if you knew under normal circumstances, my dad always stayed in the breakfast room where he had a recliner and a TV. That's where my dad always was. My dad you would never go catch him sitting in the den up front or in a living room. He just wasn't up there. He was in this room watching TV, or either he was on this back deck. And my mom was either in her room, which was just off of that, or she might be in the kitchen or the breakfast room.
And when you got to the house, who was there? Your mother's house on the night of June 7th.
Yeah,
My mom was
make it
there,
clear.
and
Don't
Shelley
be
Smith
asking
was
some
there.
Open-ended ask
what
question,
did you do when
Griffin.
you got there?
The first thing I did was I knocked on the door. The door was
Oh,
locked. I
thank
knocked
you,
on the
Mel
door.
Mel.
Shelley didn't hear me.
Sweet dreams, babe.
And then
I
what'd
wish
you do
I could
next?
take
I
a
called.
nap with you.
Called what?
I mean,
I
I could
called
take a
my
nap.
mom's house to let Shelley know I was there. Please come let me in.
Okay. And
Thank you so
is that
much.
the
Thanks
house
for
phone
coming,
that's been
babe.
referred to?
Yes,
Okay. And did she let you in?
Sweet
Sure.
dreams.
And then what happened next?
I went in and I visited with my mom. I mean, you want me
You
to go
woke
into
your
detail
mom
on
up?
that?
Well, just briefly. Yeah. What'd you do?
I went in the house. In my mom's bedroom,
He
my
said
mom had a
briefly.
bed
This
that
isn't
was
going
where
briefly.
she slept in normal times. It was like, a bed with,
It's not spicy
the
sugar.
poles coming out of the corner, a poster bed that coming out of the corners. And she had a bed like that
They
where
should
she
use
slept,
this
but she didn't sleep
testimony
there anymore.
when
But
they're
it was in the room.
interrogating
It
people.
was a
they
hospital
stop talking.
bed. So when you walked
We
in the
can listen to
room,
this
her bed was to
bullshit-ass
the right.
testimony.
Against the wall to the left was a hospital bed, like a single bed, but a hospital bed and a TV. And then there was a recliner where whoever was helping her would usually sit. So I went in
Oh, people
and I
sat in the
sat down
recliner.
on my mom's
Sugar. I'm sorry,
hospital
you guys.
bed.
I'll be serious.
And I just talked to her for a minute. My mom was awake, and I held her hand, and
What kind of condition was she in?
she was, her condition was not good at any time, but given her overall condition, she seemed to be doing pretty well. I mean, she wasn't agitated like I thought she would be, or like I was worried she would be, or like Barbara had described her at that point. So she wasn't agitated, and I just talked to her.
Shelly
Anytime
said she was asleep and you woke her
we
up.
talked to my mom, we always tried to be real positive and
Oh, I like that.
you know,
Y'all try to be half
upbeat
full.
and
Perfect. Optimistic. Perfect.
and I just talked to her.
Good.
I just talked to her, made sure she was okay.
Did you stay seated on the side of her hospital style bed, or did you move around?
I stayed there for a few minutes.
20.
I stayed there and I talked more than just a few seconds, and then, but I didn't stay there. She was, she did look tired. So I got up and I went and I think I sat on my mom's bed for a minute to start with, and then I laid down on my mom's bed, which is, that's what I normally did when I went in there. There wasn't like a lot of chairs to sit in. And I just laid back on the bed,
Now, when you're
talked to Shelly, and we watched TV.
now, when you're talking about your mom's bed,
Let me just say this real quick, and then for reals after this, I'm going to try to be more serious. But if Alec had told his mom this testimony that he's giving right now, I feel sure that she would have gone to sleep. It would have been like a great bedtime story.
are you referring to her regular bed?
Right? Not her hospital bed, not the bed she was in, but her bed, the one I was talking about with like posts.
Right. Let me skip something.
Look, even Griffin don't know where
Was
he's at right now. Bless him.
Maggie planning to go over to your mother's with you that night?
No, she wasn't planning to go with me
Good
that
to see
night.
you.
Okay.
No, in fact, Maggie didn't really like to visit my mom. She loved to visit my dad, and she loved to spend time with my dad. And she spent a lot of time with my mom when my mom was healthy. But, you know, I mean, by this point, my mom, she was a shell. She was a shell of her old self. And
Okay.
I mean, it was kind of sad to go and visit her anytime. I mean, she wasn't healthy. And Maggie didn't like to go and just visit my mom.
When you left
Hey, Eric.
Moselle to
Excellent.
head to Almeda the evening after
Advice.
you come back to the house at Moselle, what
Say that again, Jim?
what exit did you
My
use
advice is
of the Moselle property when you're
People
going
get caught.
to Almeda on the evening of June 7th?
I went out the main gates, which would be straight ahead. You've heard of the two gates. There's the shop entrance. There's actually several entrances, but the main ones we used, there was an entrance by the Dove Field. There was an entrance further down by Sawtooth Oaks, but the main ones we used were the shop entrance and what we call the main entrance, where the brick gates were.
Did you go? Why didn't you go by the kennels on your way out?
There wasn't a reason to go by the kennels at that point, and I was going to Almeda, which the main gate would be the gates that were closer.
Did you notify Maggie in some form that you were leaving to go to see your mom?
I tried to call her.
And did she answer?
No.
Did that not concern
And what'd you do after that?
I think I tried to call her again.
And did she answer?
No, she didn't answer. And at some point, I texted her after that.
Well, the fact that she didn't answer on 2 times, did that concern you?
At that time,
Right.
it didn't concern me at all. Number one, she was with Paw Paw. So, no, I mean, number two, I mean, it's not unusual to not be able to get somebody all the time when they're at the house or they're on the property. I mean, you've heard all the testimony about how.
Right. We've all heard this testimony about how spotty the cell surface is, but you called her repeatedly back to back. Some would use the term blowing up a phone. So you weren't concerned, but you called her repeatedly back to back. Those are contradictory statements, sir. Your statement contradicts your actions, sir.
Spotty cell service was. So no, at the time, it didn't strike me as anything unusual.
Okay. Now, moving back to Almeda, you spent time with your mother, and then you left to head back to Moselle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you drive straight back to Moselle?
I did.
Now, Alec, there's some information from the telemetry data off your Suburban and perhaps some of this OnStar GPS data that indicates that at some point in time in your mother's driveway, you stopped for about a minute. Do you recall seeing that data?
I do.
What were you doing when you
Taking
stopped?
pills, mark my
I was
words.
getting my phone.
Oh.
That my phone had gotten. There was a console in the middle of my car, and my phone had gotten down in the console, between the console and the seat, where you couldn't get to it.
Oh, your phone fell.
Were you, during that minute or however long it was, were you disposing of murder weapons, Alec?
No,
Were you disposing of bloody clothes?
no.
And your ride back to Moselle, was it, were you driving faster than normal?
I was driving however I drive, normal way that I drive.
Wasn't he speeding?
When you got back to the Moselle property, how did you enter?
Let me just say
property?
this real quick again, y'all. I have to pause for commentary. I'm trying to avoid a potential claim. So, he was paranoid about the popo, right? Because of the pill use. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm of the belief that when you're breaking the law, and let's put the red rumming aside, we'll just talk about that he's driving under the influence because he's on pills, okay, which is breaking the law. It's always been my belief that you only break one law at a time. So if you're breaking the law by driving pilled out, then you wouldn't want to break the law by, I don't know, say speeding. We call that, riding dirty. We don't want to do all that business. So why were you speeding, sir? None of this makes sense to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just salty this morning and I just can't believe this business that I can't even believe he's on the stand. Let me just be quiet and let y'all listen. Sorry.
Entrance did you use?
Came right through the main gate,
And what'd you do then?
went straight to the house.
And when you got to the house, what'd you do?
I went inside.
Were lights on when you pulled up? Or?
Lights were on in the house for sure. I can't remember if there were floodlights on or not. I don't believe there were any floodlights on, but there were definitely lights. All the lights in the house were on, yes.
All the lights in the
And when
house.
you, how long did you stay inside the house, roughly?
Now that I've seen the benefit of these records, I was in there several minutes.
Obviously, were you surprised that Paul and Maggie had not made it back to the house?
I don't know if surprised is the right word, but I thought they would have been back then, but did it cause me to go into any? It wasn't like I was shocked, but I thought they would be there. I distinctly remember, I went and looked. Sometimes I was very hot natured. Number one, I was hot, I was heavy, and I was taking pills. So I was always hot. Maggie was always cold. Sometimes she would watch TV. We had a TV in the hunting room. You see on the wall there. Sometimes Maggie would be in there watching TV where she could have the thermostat different than we always kept it cold in the main part of the house. So I know I went in there and looked in there for her. It's not unusual for Maggie to be taking a bath and be not able to hear me. So I went back there and I know I did those two things and looked in those two places. And they weren't there. And so, I knew they'd been at the kennels and I assumed they were still up there.
So what'd you do?
I went to the kennels. I may have tried to call them.
let me say this, and I keep telling you I'm not going to interrupt, but every time he says something, I just have to take notice of the conflicting statement that he's making versus his behavior. So you weren't worried. You knew that they were maybe probably still down at the kennels. All right. Now, what I find interesting about this is that earlier he testified he didn't actually want to go down to the kennels in the first place. So here we are. You're back from your mother's. There's nothing to worry about, according to you. Everything's, you're cool as a cucumber in a bowl of hot sauce, as the Beastie Boys would say, right? But yet, and you didn't want to go to the kennels in the first place, but yet they weren't in the house, nothing to worry about, and you go where you didn't want to go in the first place, which is down to the kennels. This makes no logical sense to me. None. Zero. And look at the face. Alec, that face is my face right now. Like, I don't believe you, sir.
In fact, I probably did try to call them. I would think I called them. But as I sit here right now, I'm not positive, but I would think I did. Would think I tried to call them to see.
And now, like, when you, did you drive down to the
right
kennels?
and dirty, yeah.
In your Suburban?
Yeah.
I did.
What'd you see?
It's about riding with anything in your vehicle that would be illegal.
So what y'all have seen pictures of?
Oh, dear Lord. There goes the snot.
So bad.
Y'all, I got to rewind this 2 seconds. Let me see what he said here.
So bad. Can I have some water?
No.
Yeah, I went to
Did you see them on the ground when you're pulling up in your Suburban?
I got a
did.
question.
And what'd you do?
I have a question. Why did he, in every other instance on that day, and I'm only going by on that day because I don't know what was normal for him and they ain't asked, but he drove the vehicle down to the kennels. Why didn't he get in the golf cart? I'm just curious. Just seems odd.
You came to a stop, Alec.
I think I jumped out of my car. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but no, I got out of my car. I know I ran back to my car, called 911. I called 911. I was on the phone with 911, and I was trying to tend to Pawpaw. I was trying to tend to Maggie. And I just went back and forth between them.
Were you going to Paul and Maggie while you were on the phone with the 911 operators?
Yes. Yes.
And in a little bit, I'm going to play the 911 tape, but I just want to ask you, and you've told law enforcement that's been played here in the court, what did you do when you went up to Paul at some point in time?
And Paul. Paul was so bad. At some point, I know I tried to check him for a pulse. I know I tried to turn him over.
When you say you tried to turn him over, why were you trying to turn him over?
I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down. And he's done the way he's done. His head was the way his head was. I could see his brain laying on the sidewalk. I didn't know what to do. I mean, I tried to turn him over. So I grabbed him by the belt loop and tried to turn him over. And when I did, his phone popped out. His phone popped out. And I just picked it up and I put it right back there.
Do you have any idea how it popped out?
I mean, I know it came out of his pocket when I pulled on his belt loop. When I pulled him to turn him over. And it just popped out. And I mean, it popped right beside him. It sat right beside him.
Which
Were you
which
able
pocket
to
did it pop out of? His front
turn
pocket
Paul at all?
or his back pocket?
I mean, I didn't. I don't know if I was able to. I didn't turn him over. No.
What side of the what side of Paul were you when you were doing this?
I was on the side that was away from. I was on the side that was away from where my car was.
That tells us nothing.
Yeah.
What'd you do with the phone?
I put it back on Pawpaw.
You know, if you put it, you know which way it was pointing, upside down, downside, anyway?
Couldn't tell you anything about it.
But there were no fingerprints
No,
on
his
it
phone
at all.
popped out. I picked it up and I put it back on him.
Did you see any messages on Paul's phone?
No.
Did you go to Maggie?
Did.
Did you touch her?
I did.
Where did you touch Maggie?
I think I touched her down just around like, I don't know. If you ask me exactly, I think I touched her down around her waist, but I don't know. It was so bad. Excuse me. I mean, I know I went back and forth. I went back and forth between them. I know. I know I do.
I'd like to play, Doug, the Colleton County portion of the 911 call, which is in evidence as defendant's exhibit number 9. And Doug, this is the long version, the first clip, and stop it when I say stop it, please.
Y'all bust your space right now.
22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds.
I'm still here, okay?
County Communications.
I have an Alec Murdaugh on the line calling from 4147 Mobile Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot?
Alec, when you say I've been up to it now and it's bad, what are you referring to?
I'm talking about what I saw was what y'all saw pictures of. And I mean, it was bad. It was terrible. And when I first got there, I know I got out of the car. And I mean, I know I got out of the car. I mean, I knew.
You said that. Wait a minute. Well, I'm going to have to stop him. I have to, because I cannot let this go. I'm sorry, y'all. But he has just gotten done testifying about what he did when he pulled up out there. He said he jumped out of the car and he ran to them. So, and then called 911. So what are you talking about when he says to the 911 operator? Now, this is a 2-part 911 call. So there's a part that's like a little bit before this, right? And then they recognize where he needs to be routed to. So that's that call that gets merged, right? So he says to the 911 operator, I've been up to it now, implying that he hadn't been up to it before. But he testified that he had been up to it. Do you see what I'm saying? Am I making sense? Bless it, because this don't make a lick of sense, y'all. A lick.
Got out of the car, but right at first, I don't think I went all the way to them. I think I ran back and that's when I called 911. And so I called 911, and while I was doing that, then is when I went to Maggie and I went to Paul. And so
no, but you
that's
said
what
you
I
had
think
already
I'm talking
been
about.
up there.
Okay.
That's what I'm. No, sir.
Keep going, please.
Oh, no. Hell no.
Hey, Brittany, good to see you, babe. Me either. We're all
Okay.
shook.
How did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh, no. Hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennel.
Okay, and did you see anyone?
He shot in the head, and he shot really bad. He shot
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood everywhere. I can see his brain. Face down. I tried to turn her a little bit, but she's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Is she? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No, I just here.
What color is your house on the outside?
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What?
Alec, right in there, you say the word here. What, are you calling anybody or anything?
No, I'm talking to that dispatcher.
And what did you mean when you said here?
Hey, Dominic.
If you listen to that call,
You're welcome in.
one of the first things she asked me, was, did they shoot themselves? And I knew there's no way. I mean, I knew they didn't shoot themselves. It wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she'd asked me that. And then she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear the thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say something, and then you hear me say, if that's what you're asking. And I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves. I'm saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's obvious to me what I'm doing. And I say, if that's what you're asking me. So like David Owens asked me on August 11th, did I call a dog or was I talking to somebody? There was no dog that was out and there was nobody there.
Well, let's talk about that briefly. Well, when you got there and you saw Maggie and Paul, where were the dogs?
The dogs were in the kennels. Dogs were in the kennels. They were wherever they were when law enforcement got there.
All right, I got to pause for commentary, but let me just say this. I find, thank you, Law and Crime, for panning over to the gallery, specifically for panning over to, this is Randy Murdaugh, Alec's older brother, the oldest, right? It's Randy, John Marvin, then Alec, right? Or is it John Marvin, Randy, then Alec? I know Alec is the youngest. Okay, that's not the point. And then and earlier they had panned over to Buster. And after Buster, they panned over to Alec's sister. And the sister is the only one showing any type of empathy, or not empathy is probably not the right word. She has a sympathetic look on her face, as if she is sympathetic towards her brother. And the men, Buster and Randy, their stares are completely different. Their faces are different.
And you've seen pictures, and they called Dale Davis to the stand and talk about the hose rolled up. Did you roll the hose up?
No.
Did you do anything down there at the kennels when you got there other than call 911 and attend to Maggie and Paul?
No, I do know that I was trying to find a flashlight. I was trying to find a gun. Other than those things, no, I didn't do anything at the kennel. I didn't do anything with any hose. I didn't do anything with any dogs.
Was there anybody with you?
No.
All right, keep going, please.
I don't know if stoic's the right word.
You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
Maybe stoic.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alec Murdaugh.
Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find them?
No, man, I've been gone. I just came back.
Yeah, the pawpaw.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
Oh, man. Oh, should have known.
Alec, we just heard you say, I should have known. What are you referring to?
I said, Paul, I should have known.
What were you referring to?
I was referring to Paul got so many threats. Didn't take serious. Think
Look at
twice
Buster's
about.
face, y'all.
I'm just telling him, Paul, I should have known. I don't specifically remember saying that, but I can clearly hear myself say that.
Okay. What kind of threats did you understand Paul was receiving?
I mean, Paul got.
All right, I have to make commentary on Buster's face right now. This look here that Buster is giving is frequently, I have used this face many times. And you know what when I use this face, when I make this face, when I have my fingers and up and then my hands over my mouth, it's because I'm listening to baloney and I'm trying to let the person continue to talk and let them get their full episode of bullshit out before I interrupt and call them on the bullshit. And that is this face. Now, I am not a body language expert. I'm not qualified to diagnose. I'm just a regular person who has 46 years of life experience. That's all I can say. But I have done this many times. And whenever I've done it, it's because I'm listening to lies from a lying liar face who is telling me lies. And I'm trying to let the person speak so that they can get their entire bullshit story out so that I can break it down to them point by point.
He got the most vile threats.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, the stuff that was on social media. I mean, it was.
Oh, you know, Ms. Tia, they finna meme him. The internet remains
I mean,
undefeated
you couldn't believe it.
and circumstances.
You couldn't believe it. It was so over the top. Truthfully, we didn't think anything about it. I mean, it was just so crazy that, we just, people talking about what he was going to get and how they were going to do this and get him. And I mean, it's stuff you really, we disregarded it because it's so over the top. Thought it's so over the top.
Keep going, please, Doug.
Okay, what is her name?
Maggie. Maggie is Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
Thank you, guys. You guys are so sweet to me. I appreciate it.
Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Well, you were asked the last time you saw them, and you said hour and a half, 2 hours ago, and then she followed up 2 hours ago. You just heard that?
I did hear that. And I said approximately to her question.
Good. Let the hate flow through.
When was the last time you saw them, Maggie and Paul?
No alleged. No,
Right after
no
took the
favors.
chicken from Bubba.
And the video we've seen is timestamp 8:44 p.m. Is that correct?
That's right.
So was it shortly after 8:44?
Oh, you
It was.
should have gone to the game, Chris.
And
It wasn't long after that because you can hear when Bubba gets the chicken, and it wasn't long after I took the chicken from.
All right. I'm going to stream until they take their lunch break. All right. And then, of course, I'm going to come back tonight and we're going to go over all of this. I have a feeling that Mr. Murdaugh is going to be the only witness today that, so I want to definitely talk the the cross exam. So we're mainly going to be we are mainly going to be focusing on the cross exam. But you know that at 10 Eastern, it's going to be me, Truth Teller, Brittany, and Mallory over on Truth Teller's channel. We're going to talk about Murdaugh. But so I'm going to go live early. I'm going to go live at 7 Eastern. Okay. So we have plenty of time to discuss all the things, and then we can all go over to Truth Tellers. So I'm super excited. I've never been on her panel before, and I'm super excited to be up there.
That I left.
And then you called 911, the records of that, but do you remember roughly 9:07 or right before 9:07?
I mean, I've seen the records and seen the transcripts, yeah.
And then this is, and the records of this, but this is some minutes into the conversation with 911 operators, correct?
That's right. Like,
Thank you, Brittany.
Knowing everything we know now,
That's
I mean,
so
was it
sweet.
roughly an hour and a
Thank you
half
so
last time you
much.
saw him?
it was, that would, with the time of however long it took to get to this point, however many minutes that is 10, to 10, however many, you can look exactly and see what point this is and know what time it is, but it's between 10 and 10:15. And so I'd seen them around
Out here trying to do the
8:45,
remix, 10, 10 to 10,
a little bit after.
All right, please keep going.
What they were doing at all?
You.
No, I talked to her in person.
You talked to her in person?
And please hurry.
But we're getting somebody out there too. We asking you these questions. Don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them moving.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about to.
Did you go back to the house and get a gun?
I did.
And is this the gun that you got? And how did you load this gun? What did you load it with, if anything?
That was gun, as best I can remember. I believe I got that gun off the pool table where you heard there was some other gun. I think that gun was laying with that pool table. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was on that pool table. Would have been the first place I came to. I know I was grabbing the first gun I could get. I grabbed a handful of shells out of the that I could get my hands on.
Pause for commentary. I believe you've also said before that you, in an earlier statement in the detox, you talked about that you ride around frequently with firearms in your truck. No judgment. I'm just repeating what you said. I don't make the news. I'm just reporting it. So why did you go back to the house again?
I know the gun had a shell in it that I loaded, and I know I had a few shells. So,
have you seen in this case where there was a 16 gauge shell put in that gun?
I've seen in the records, and I've seen and heard in the testimony that I put a 16 gauge shell in the gun.
Is that a 16 gauge shotgun?
It's not a 16 gauge shotgun. It's a
Why'd you
12
put
gauge.
a 16 gauge shell in it?
I obviously didn't realize what I was doing. I mean, I know you can't put a 16 gauge shell in a 12 gauge gun.
No, you surely cannot. But let me ask you this, sir. Do y'all keep your ammo in boxes or like a tote where you just throw all the ammo in a pile? And that's, I mean, you sound seriously, and I don't know another way to say this, so please forgive me. But it honestly sounds like when you have a dish of candy, M&Ms, for example, and you grab a handful and you pop them in your mouth. Not me, of course, because, you know, it couldn't be Skittles for sure. I can't use that analogy because y'all know I would never do that. I would have to separate every single Skittle out. But M&Ms I could probably do because I don't the colors don't have a different flavor. So that's what it sounds like, which also makes no sense for the record. But please continue.
And not, I mean, I've been hunting my whole life. I know you can't do that. That's not a mistake I would have made. That's not a mistake I'd have made under any circumstances other than that night.
Why did you go back to the house to get a gun?
I think he feels. I do think he feels remorse, Carrie, but I
Just
can't
didn't know.
say
I didn't know. I mean,
for what. Whether it's his actual actions, allegedly, or himself for getting caught and where he's at. I'm.
saw it.
You saw what they? Who's they? You started to
I mean,
say
it's
they
just-
again, y'all.
I didn't know if somebody was still out there. I don't know. I guess I didn't know.
Please keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Go back to where he said he's going to my house to get a gun, just a few seconds back, 10 seconds maybe.
I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
Back up some more. Back up some more, please.
I have, just to get a gun, just in case.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house.
I'm going
just
back
to
to
get
my house.
a
That sounds
gun,
like a
just in
flimp.
case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
Al, you said you're about 100 yards from the house.
That's what I said.
Is it much further than that?
Well, let me say this, Carrie, to answer your question, babe. The state has not charged anybody else in this crime. Their theory of the case is that Alec Murdaugh and Alec Murdaugh alone pulled the trigger of 2 different guns and shot his family. Most people, I think, are under the impression that one of 2 things happened. Either one, Alec had pulled the trigger and had helped destroying the evidence, or 2, Alec hired somebody to do it because he's not the type to get his hands dirty. That's really mostly, and then we have a third option where there are a few people who believe that he is like actually innocent. And by that, I don't mean that they've listened to the trial testimony and can say that they think he's guilty, but the state hasn't proved it. I mean, they think that he has an actual innocence claim, as if he wasn't there or involved in this in any way, shape, or form. There are a few of those people. I don't know how many will remain after this dumpster fire of a testimony.
I mean, as
Oh,
you've
you're
heard in the
welcome.
testimony, it's 1,100 and
Carolina,
something
good to see
feet, but
you.
Okay.
I said I was 100 yards.
You were wrong about your estimate.
I'm sure I was wrong.
Okay. Keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
Yeah, please don't do
I
that.
will not do that. He's been being threatened by, my son had a boat wreck. He's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times, and
Do you know who was threatening your son?
Oh no! And hold on a minute. Let me pause this. And 5, 6, 7, 8. Absolutely not. I will not come for you because everybody is entitled to their opinion. And I would never, I might argue with you about your opinion, right? But I'm not going to come for you because you have a different opinion than mine. It's good for everybody to have their different opinions. I totally get it. This is a difficult case. Let me just say this. The jury is not going to have an easy job. They are not. This is going to be a difficult case for them. I'm glad I ain't a juror on this case.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows.
Hey, KW10, good to see you.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
We're all friends here. It's cool to have a difference of opinion.
All right, I'm going back down there. Yeah.
All right, roll to the next tape of the same film.
Difficult. It's very difficult in 5, 6, 7, 8. It's hard. If I were a juror, I mean, it's different for me. I'm on YouTube commenting, and I know, I have other resources for the story available. Oof, this audio's difficult.
Close, ma'am.
Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
This is a cold-blooded month.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are?
Another excellent point, Emily. Welcome.
Do you have your flashes on for me, Mr. Murdaugh?
Oh, I didn't mean to click that off. Sorry.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Not, Alec, that second clip starts at 22:13, 10:13, 58, and you're asked, you're told don't touch them. Had you touched them by then?
Well, he
Yes.
literally says that he did. I mean, what is this?
And that way you told the 911 operator.
It is.
We just heard that. Thank you, Kim.
I mean, can you say exactly during that 6, 7 minutes when you actually touched them?
I know I touched Maggie. I touched Maggie several times, but I mean, I think I didn't. I don't think I touched Pawpaw, but 2 times.
Did you touch one or both of them before you got in the car and drove back to the house?
Yes. Yeah.
One or both? Do you know?
Both.
Oh, both. Perfect. So this is interesting because this is not helpful to you, sir. And this is why him testifying is a mistake. Because when they swabbed his steering wheel, they found Maggie's DNA and Alec's DNA, which you would expect to find Alec's DNA there, obviously, because it's his car, right? It's his steering wheel. It's probably touch DNA, right? But if it happened the way that he is saying that it happened, I would expect to find would be a combination of all three of them on that steering wheel. That's all.
Both. All right, keep going, please.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Yes, Amanda, right and dirty, sure has.
Okay, and did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make reports of this at all?
No.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, he did when? Where are
Well,
those reports?
You informed the 911 operator that Paul had made reports of these threats. What are you referring to?
I mean, I just know that it had been reported. I don't know that,
Absolutely,
I
Anna.
don't believe there was any
Absolutely.
like formal police reports or that type of thing. But I mean, it had been reported, and I mean, it was well known.
So, were you saying he had filed some official report when you said yes?
No, I've never thought there was a police report or some formal report
So then why
like
just
that.
the end?
No.
Do you know whether or not he made some type of report on campus?
Oh, I know he did.
What do you know?
I mean, I know that there was a time when he was asked to come meet with, God, I can't even remember the gentleman's name now, but
I'll be right back, y'all.
I appreciated it so much that I never thought I'd forget it. But
Is it part of student counseling service?
yeah, he was the dean of students. But anyway, he reached out to Paw and wanted to talk to him. And I mean, at first we were concerned, you know, why they want to talk to him? And I mean, even I believe I had Paul come talk to you about that because we were concerned. Well, what are they going to talk to him about? But when Paul and Jim got there, it turns out that it was really just I mean, they were wanting to make sure he was okay. But, you know, just make sure he was okay. And I know that, you know, they were aware of the threats or some level of threats. And so, yeah, I mean, it had already been reported to them.
Keep going, Doug.
And what's your son's name?
Paul.
Paul?
Ma'am, I'm going to call. I need to call some of my family.
Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you, can you put your gun in your vehicle for me?
Absolutely.
Okay. But we have them come in, turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashes on for me?
I do.
Okay. All right. Just whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
So, Alec, did you call family after you got off the call with the operator?
Yes.
Who'd you call?
I know I called my brother Randy. I know I called my brother John, and I know I tried to call Roro. Well, Roro's not family, but I called Randy and John. And I called Randy and John.
And then you just mentioned Roto?
Rogan. We call him Roro. I called him Roro.
Why did you try to call Rogan?
I mean, Rogan's house was like, I don't know, as the crow flies, maybe 2.5 miles, 3 miles. I mean, Rogan was like family.
Did you think he was the closest person?
Yeah, I just wanted somebody. I wanted somebody to be out there.
Had you seen Rogan's name on Paul's phone in any way that night?
No.
You called, did Rogan answer?
No.
Did you try him multiple times?
Looking at these records, I believe that I did, but I believe some of those are like the FaceTime calls that are to Rogan. I mean, I'm trying to call him, but I don't believe that was me, actually. I didn't FaceTime. I mean, I didn't FaceTime people. So I think that's either me trying to call him and hitting FaceTime, or that's me hitting buttons or hitting the phone.
In the State's Exhibit 519, which is the condensed timeline done by Agent Rudofsky, there's an indication, Alec, that at 10:22:09, you opened a group text message from Michael Gunn stating, "She brought the heat for Miami boys." Were you reading text messages from Michael Gunn right after you got off with the 911 operator?
I heard them ask that question. I can promise you I wasn't reading any text messages.
There's also an entry, Alec, that says at 10:40 p.m. that you did a Google search or a Safari browser search for Whaley's at Edisto while your wife and son are laying dead on the ground. Did you do that?
No. Whaley's is a restaurant at Edisto that we ate at a lot of times. We got takeout from a lot of times. So I'm assuming it was in my search history, pulling up the restaurant, and I obviously was trying to call people or dialing, and I hit that. I wasn't doing any Google searches.
And is one of the persons that you dialed that night a wedding photographer?
It's a guy named Brian White. I saw that on the call log. Brian White's a guy who was in my, what do you call it? Contacts, that is a videographer that I've used in cases. I haven't used him in 2 years. And he's a good guy, but we're not personal friends, so I certainly wasn't calling him.
So were you, what does that indicate to you, that those actions on your phone, how do you account for that?
Obviously they're unintentional. I mean, I'm doing something with my phone trying to call people, but I'm not trying to call those people. I'm not doing a Google search for any Whaley's restaurant, and I'm certainly not reading any text.
I want to ask you,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have to go to the jury room for a break for about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. You'll stay put, Mr. Miller. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Step down. Please do not discuss your testimony.
Holy guacamole, y'all. This is so much to unpack. Hold on, let me turn my phone down because I was watching y'all outside. I had to take a moment. Whew. This is so much. I don't even know what to say, y'all. I had so much to say before, and now I'm just
No,
like,
I did not believe he was going to be on the stand.
nope,
And
none
it
of
was
us
pretty
did.
compelling testimony up to this point.
And Tyler, what did you make of Murdaugh denying shooting his wife and son Paul, but then admitting to being at the kennels? Are you surprised he even admitted to lying about
Here's
that?
the thing.
Was there just
This
no way
is a
around it?
dicey proposition. This is all a mess. And the fact of the matter is he's been caught in more than one lie. Like, of course, he admitted the original lie, which was the lie about being at the kennels in the first place, right? We know that. But there's some contradictory statements and actions in this whole scenario that, quite honestly,
for the defense say enough that gets him acquitted.
Yes, it is.
Judge, earlier
Truth teller, it
today,
is.
the defense
February
counsel
23rd.
said that Alec Murdaugh wishes to take the
Yes.
stand. Now, could that mean that they weren't
Yes.
really excited for him to take the stand? But because Alec Murdaugh could be such a narcissist and he knows that he has some mark in South Carolina that he said,
I just feel like this was a horrible idea. And I feel that the testimony we've heard has proven that fact. It is a absolutely horrible idea. We're behind a little bit, so let me just skip a little forward and see if court is up. Yeah, they're back. All right, hold on. Hold on, let me make sure. Let me just skip forward 5 seconds. 5 more. 5 more. 5 more.
Judge Fernand Rucker.
That he did tell is one thing that you seal examine document.
That was a good.
I don't think, but maybe if they.
This is going every bit as bad as we expected. I would love to know what the poot is saying to Mr. Griffin right now. I really would. I'd love to be at that table. Rest in peace, Mallory Beach. Oh, I know what I was going to tell y'all. Let me just push pause real quick, just in case. Okay. I have wonderful, wonderful news to report. My bestie, my ride or die, and everybody's favorite, Dr. B, will be joining me on panel tonight to give us her thoughts on the cross-examination, because that's likely that's probably what we're going to cover, because it's 12:45 now. They're probably going to go, I would say, another 30 minutes, maybe maybe another hour at 1:30, because they've just taken a 10-minute break. So probably till 1:30, and then they'll break for lunch if they haven't wrapped it up as far as the direct exam. But definitely the cross exam will be this afternoon, and it definitely is clearly going to be after lunch. I mean, I'm not telling y'all any breaking news or anything. I'm not. But anyway, and I acknowledge and recognize that. So what we'll get into tonight is the cross-examination. That way we'll be able to skip through breaks, speed it up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And Dr. B is going to join us tonight. Oh boy. Jaw. That's, yeah, call me Jaw. That's probably what he would call me, a lame ass nickname like that. Now my boys, my nephews, which they are my boys, they call me Aunt Jinjin, and I love it. All right. I do think that there are times that Alec is showing genuine emotion, but I can't say obviously because this is the problem when you are a liar is it's very difficult for me to gauge whether the emotion is for this for I can't tell where it's coming from. It doesn't if it's actually coming from a genuine place. You know what I mean? And that's my issue with him. But I do think that the jury, I would imagine if I were sitting in the courtroom, um, it would be difficult for me. There's this part of me that wants to feel badly for Alec because of what he saw, right? But the other part of me believes that he did it, and it's weird, but I can't. But Buster, which is somebody who knows him, in my opinion, best, probably I would say better than his brothers, better than his sister, um, because he's grown up. I mean, it's his son. And there are things that you show to your immediate family that you wouldn't show to your extended family, your brothers or your sister, your parents, etc. So for me, Buster's face is very, 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 very telling. And I would imagine that I think somebody may say something to him about his face after the break. We'll see if they pan over and his face changes. Because it absolutely does not look like he believes Alec at all. In fact, he looks frankly angry.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hey, Vanessa. Now look, I'm trying to be as serious as I can be under these circumstances, but I hope that Jim has something more in that
Alec,
water.
you've talked about going to
water. I'd be needing some vodka. That's just me.
Paul's body and Maggie's body. Do you recall getting blood on you, on your hands, or any part of you?
Yes.
Oh, you do?
Do you know what
happens to that blood?
whose blood you would have gotten on you?
I know I got blood on my fingertips.
Can you differentiate, whether it was Maggie or Paul?
It's probably both. Except for so much blood. But
There, turns out there was a drop of blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban. Do you know how that got there?
I mean, if it was fresh, I put it there. If it was not fresh, I mean, Maggie drove my car all the time, but I assume it got there from me touching Maggie and then touching the steering wheel that night.
And then I think maybe there's possibly blood on this gun, maybe not. I mean, do you know if you got transferred blood on
Hold on a minute.
anything else?
Back the milk truck up. Mr. Griffin, what are you doing? I mean, was there blood on the gun? There may be, maybe not. I mean, shouldn't you know? Who's running the show? Sorry, y'all.
If Maggie's blood's on that gun, then I put it there. I mean, Maggie
Yes,
didn't
ma'am.
really
Hold on.
put guns other than put them up.
There's
Yes, ma'am, truth teller. I am saying that Buster looked angry and he looked like he had his forefinger and middle finger up by his temple, and then he had his ring finger and pinky sort of covering his mouth, which I'm doing it right now for no reason. You can't even see me. But and it's also muffling the way I talk, as if I've made that face. I've done that, and that's what I do when I'm listening to lies or bullshit. And I'm trying to keep my hand over my mouth as much as I can because I'm exercising restraint so that they can finish up their BS story so that then I can break it down to them point by point. He doesn't believe his dad.
Did you submit to a GSR examination that night?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, and that Brian Varnado testified about.
Where your hands were swabbed?
That's right.
And then your clothes were collected by, I don't know if it's Agent Owen or someone else.
That's correct.
And turns out there's some GSR on your shirt and on your shorts. And did you handle this gun? This is
Yes.
This is item 22 that.
Yes, I basically had that gun with me until I put it up against my car. When the police officer, I think it was Mr. Green, got there, I put it against my car.
And I think Nolan had testified that this is, one of the shotguns Paul liked to use.
It is.
Was he meticulous about cleaning his guns?
Pawpaw?
Yeah.
No. Now, when he cleaned it, he was meticulous about it, but it was far and few between when he actually cleaned them.
Oh, we're all going to have to, Brittany. We all will.
Your shirt went through testing and analysis, and you were part of this case, provided results of that, were you not?
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, we call that discovery.
I mean, I wasn't provided at the time. I've seen them.
Right.
Seen all these records.
Why does Jim sound like he's annoyed with his client right now?
You,
Not a good look, Mr. Griffin.
Just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high velocity blood spatter on me.
Had you seen reports that said that at one point in time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Just to be clear, were you anywhere in the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
After SLED collected your clothing that night at the main residence at Moselle, you remember changing in? You remember what you changed into?
Do I remember?
Yeah.
I know I changed clothes, and I've learned since then.
Oh, you've learned since
what I
then?
had on, but I don't.
You don't remember? Okay.
Don't remember that at all. But I understand I had on athletic shorts and a t-shirt.
Sure.
Sure.
And other people have talked about this. I'm not going to repeat it, but where did you spend the night, or where'd you go to after leaving Moselle when you left for the evening?
We went to Alameda too. We went to my mom and dad's house, and we stayed there.
I remember
who went with
what I
you?
wore yesterday.
I believe that Bus in Brooklyn
Put it in the dirty clothes.
and I rode together. John Marvin might have been with us. I know John Marvin stayed at Alameda with us. I just don't know if he rode in the same car we rode in. But I know I rode with Buster in Brooklyn. I know that for a fact.
And the next morning, what'd you do? And we're talking about daylight hours on June the 8th. What did you do?
And we basically got up and came back to Moselle.
What are we going to call
Do
allegedly?
you remember
with
roughly what
Brittany
time
J?
you
Are
got
we
to
going to
Moselle?
give her
I don't remember.
full channel name, a nickname, and call
No,
her
I don't
all
remember what time. There's things I remember about that morning, but I don't remember exactly what time we left.
And Alec, we'll get to
Are we going to
this
call her
more
Brit
detail,
Brit or
but
Bri Bri or Brit
during that
Brit?
period of time,
Lordy be. I can't.
is it hard to remember times, what time things started and stopped, and how long things took?
I mean, it's definitely hard to remember. Now, looking at these timelines and all these records, I mean, it sure helps, but to just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
And we'll get to more of that.
You're sure right about that, Brittany?
When you went back to Moselle, on the morning of June the 8th, did you, do you know whether you took a shower there or took a shower at Alameda or took a shower at all?
Now, I know we took a shower at Moselle.
Who's we? Who's
Did not
we?
take a shower before I left
Hold
Alameda. We basically got up and went to,
Who is we? You got to, this is the problem with using pronouns in a situation like this, okay? Because we took a shower. Who's we? You got a mouse in your pocket? And to be fair, nobody really gives a rat's fat kneecap if the entire state of South Carolina took a shower that day. We care about you taking a shower, and when did you take the shower? That's what we care about.
Moselle, Maggie's mom and dad.
And as a side note, for me personally, I would like to know which heathen left a wet towel on the floor. That's just me. That part I care about.
They were there.
They were coming. Tell them, see them.
Night, Kez, sweet dreams, babe.
We got
Thanks
up.
for being
And
here.
we got up from Alameda and we left and we went to Moselle.
And you,
Hey, Mrs. Arnold, good to see you.
and do you know, do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
Both, Diane.
I knew that, I mean, I knew they were doing it, yeah. I knew they were doing it.
Jim, unfold your arms. You're in a
But I don't remember, I wasn't out in that gun room and see all that video and all that, but I knew SLED, was coming in there. I mean, we made the house available for them to come in there. So, I mean, I
Who is we?
can't tell you details, but
Just
yeah,
stop this
I remember
right
it.
here. I'm sorry.
Did you at one point just?
No, just stop. First of all, Mr. Griffin, Jim, since we're friends now, please, for the love of Pete, uncross your arms while you're direct examining your own witness, aka your client. It's not a good idea, and it's not a good look. Again, we gave them permission to search the property at Moselle. It's your house. So you gave them permission. Nobody else could. Stop playing with these people. Ugh. All right, here we go.
Just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. Anything to do with me, my property, my cars. Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm owned the cars. I would have the people. They had full,
My law firm.
whatever they wanted.
The word he used is carte blanche. You can repeat it. I know you can pronounce that word. But let me just say this. This is an excellent point. So you let the people you don't trust have carte blanche to do whatever? Sure, Jan.
They were welcome to.
And
Baba. Yeah, that's what we're going to call you.
did you have any
Brittany.
discussions
That's your
with
new nickname?
David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get that off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS data from phones.
Isn't that interesting?
And why was it important to you to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where I was saying I went, what I did, GPS. You know, at that point in time, I knew that Maggie's phone had been
That's a
taken.
good point, Heather.
And I knew that my
Buster and
Suburban
Alec probably gave
and
him
my
permission to
phone
search.
and Maggie's phone never crossed paths. And that was extremely important to me. And I asked him about it every single time we talked. Every single time.
And speaking of Maggie's phone, Did you know her password to her phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes,
Did she know your password?
yes.
Okay. And when Maggie's phone was located on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right. And your knowledge that Maggie's have these location services on her phone, she used them frequently.
All the time. One of Maggie's things that she liked to do was there's an app called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Pawpaw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Papa T, Marion, the three girls, Lizzie.
Let me just say this. Let me stop you right there. I don't give a rat's fat kneecap if you name everybody in Hampton County that Maggie had Find My Friend on. I'll guarantee you the reason she had Find My Friend on you is because of you. You sneaky, sneaky, slylock fox.
And there were a few others, but the people that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart, she looks on there, and she'd love to text you, get me a TV from Walmart or something, you know, like she followed you and see where you were. She used it all the time. And so, you know, I just knew that there would be GPS data
Hey, K-Bird.
on Maggie's phone.
Alec, when you're being interviewed on the night of June 7th and again on June the 10th, what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On June the 7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
What's the question again?
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
And the basis for the objection?
401 and 402, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What he said is important, Your Honor.
Response.
Well, I can, it goes to his, you know, his follow, it goes to his state of mind. I mean, that's what it goes to.
Objection sustained.
Did, why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's phone?
I knew at that point in time, I knew since I was the person who found Pawpaw and Mags that I was a suspect. I mean, they kept talking about this circle, but
Yeah, we're familiar with the circle and the busted ass hokey pokey and all the things, but I would just like to call everybody's attention to just momentarily something that it just popped into my brain, which surely should have popped in my brain hours ago. However, my synapses aren't firing correctly due to listening to this baloney. Y'all notice that what he's calling Maggie and Paul, we've been talking about it the entire time. If these are things that he called these people all the time, how come it is whenever he was answering questions in the multitude of different interviews that he gave, 3 to be exact, and anything in between, he didn't ever accidentally reference them as Mags, Paw, Bus, TT. You know what I'm saying? Not once.
I mean, I knew that. It was very important for me to find that, to get that.
And what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
And when was the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
That not during. I had no
It was
idea.
either this
this
past
was their
Saturday or the Saturday
mechanism.
before that, according to what was said in this courtroom.
During this trial.
Absolutely.
Let me scroll up and see what PJ.
And to your knowledge, was GPS data ever able to be located off Maggie's phone?
No, I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten.
That was my.
No, the testimony was
too, PJ,
in here
that this isn't sobriety from
that
opiates.
it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased on Maggie's phone.
Now, when starting
The jury
June
over
the 8th,
here at the ward, Alec,
when
doesn't care for you too much. I just
that-
want to tell you, you're not
Moselle,
winning any
did
favors
a lot of
over
people
here.
come to support you, be with you on June the 8th?
On June the 8th,
Yes, sir.
like the next day.
Right.
Yeah, that would be
Yes,
the next
sir.
day.
A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well.
Yes, sir.
You have to answer out loud.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came and to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members that week?
No, I mean, I was attached to Buster. At the hip,
Look at Buster.
but I mean,
And what
no,
happened on?
I wasn't.
And what happened on June the 10th? Besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
Where did you stay, and with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
He does look a little stressed and pressed
On the
out.
night of June, you asked me to start on the 8th.
The 8th, yes, sir.
Look
Right.
at Buster.
Starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as I was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And how
Which
far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably a few minutes away.
And who stayed there? Did John Marvin and his wife Liz stay there as well?
Yes, John and Lizzie. All right, John and Lizzie stayed there, and their kids, Bus and Brooklyn and I. I know Bubba and Maymay stayed there. Well,
Let me stop you right here. Buster is the nickname. So why are you shortening the nickname?
Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there.
Bless it.
And
I'd be trying to cover my face a lot too.
my daddy's best friend and his wife came in there. I believe they came before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
And how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed at Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
You do. All
And
right.
Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday, is that right?
Now, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but
So the memorial services?
nah, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact too.
And then your father's funeral was on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday, and it was my father's funeral. I forget the term.
Wake, visitation.
Sunday. I mean, that's when we put Papa and Max. That's when we buried him. We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday. So I don't think they were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
And Alec, what'd you do with the following week, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Starting when now?
So the day after your dad's funeral.
All right, Monday. I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville.
At some point Monday.
In the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that morning?
Where did you stay?
We stayed at Greenfield Sunday night. So we woke up at Greenfield on Monday.
So, and Sunday night you were with the same family members, your brother and Brooklyn and Buster and.
That's right.
Okay. And Liz.
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad. And I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to
Find another tissue.
Summer
That one's
with
full up of boogies.
I believe I went to Summer, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville and Buster was in Somerville with me.
See if they pan it
With
back
Grandma
around.
and Papa T.
Sorry, LFT, I missed it.
and Somerville is where Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad. Maggie's mom is Grandma, and Maggie's dad is Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days? In Somerville?
I stayed with them longer. In Somerville, yeah, I stayed with them. We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay. And what was in Greenville?
My niece. That was she was having a baby, and
He sure
Maggie
did.
had just been.
Angela sure did not.
She's just been so excited. So she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby. And so the baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went up?
Baby was born. Beautiful little baby girl. Beautiful little mom.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did. Well, I mean, we stayed this lake, Kiowee, that y'all heard about is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiowee. But we went up there because, when she had baby, I want to say the baby might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiowee. But they live in Greenville.
Buster has changed positions. I believe he lost his spot during the break. Well, don't worry about it, Angela. You're
On the morning of
exactly
June
right, but the
16th, I think that was
prosecution gonna
that
be
Wednesday.
asking about that day.
I
Don't
think that's a
you
Wednesday.
worry.
Where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe so.
I have no idea.
Did you go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning on the?
We're going to be.
I know for a fact that I didn't go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning. I was in Somerville.
All right. So what he's doing here is impeaching Miss Shelley, the Libby's caretaker, her nurse, because she says that Alex showed up at 6:30 in the morning, I believe, the day after the funeral, and he's saying, I couldn't have. I was in Somerville, as if Somerville's in a whole other country. But whatever. We'll see how that goes. Oh, sorry, yo.
I didn't go to Alameda at any point early in the morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know they did I know some of those records they have. It was sometime before I left Somerville.
Did you ever take during that week? Let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral. Did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? A blue tarp.
The week following my dad's funeral?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
Ever? How about ever?
There's been, I don't know where it is in any of these boxes, but this blue rain jacket. Have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before, never touched it, and don't know anything about it.
Oh, okay.
Did you ever remember taking a tarp at any point in time
There you
over
go.
the house of Alameda?
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but I mean, Shelley's got something in her mind about that, and there may have been some point, but I certainly don't remember it, and it certainly wasn't anytime around my dad's funeral or the weeks following.
What about the weeks before?
I think we talked briefly about your recollection of times, and I just want to play Doug from State's Exhibit 517, which is the August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds. If you could pull that clip up, and I want you to listen to this.
Okay. Tell me again what it is.
It's August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right.
How do you not know? First of all, are you not paying attention? See, let me say why this is going to be problematic, just in my opinion. Why, if you weren't prepped before this testimony, which would be normal for you to be prepped, right? But if this is all coming from a genuine place, how are you not paying attention to the freaking questions and things that your lawyer is saying to you? Or do you have to be told what he's saying to you for a second time so that you can recall the bullshit that lied to recall? I shouldn't say that. Let me scratch that. Or are you having to have it repeated so that you can recall the lie you're about to tell potentially? This is why I don't understand. This doesn't make no damn sense to me. All right, here we go.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
Exactly, Karen Canada. If June 7th, the workday and what took place at that office was no biggie, they'd be asking him about it.
What time did you go to the office?
Miss Dave's gonna ask all that stuff, Mrs. O, promise.
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably 10 o'clock, maybe at the latest, something like that.
Al, on this tape, were you being asked when you went to work on the 7th?
Yes.
And you said 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning?
And then I think said 10 o'clock at the latest.
Is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Now I've seen all these records. What does it look like? What time you went to work on the 7th?
A little afternoon.
All right. If we'll go to the Doug States Exhibit 243, which is the June 10 interview.
You know, Mr. Griffin, on that same date, I also, if you play that thing, and I don't know if it's right then, but if you play that further, I also told him the best way to see exactly when I went in that door is to go and get my information from my law firm. And I told them that we have how things are electronic now, where you don't have a key, you have a key card, and you have a key card in your wallet. And so when you use it, it creates like all this other stuff, a digital footprint. And I told David Owens that he could go get it from my office.
And was that a common response of yours when you were asked about specific times, that you would give them your best estimate, but you would point them to where they could find the most accurate data?
Yes, sir.
You did that more than once?
Yes, sir.
So if we've got the June 10th interview, which is States Exhibit 243, and Doug, I'd like to go to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And here you're being asked, when did Paul arrive at Moselle?
Roughly what time in the afternoon?
I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
And we rode, we just rode around. We rode around.
So did you tell him on June 10th that Paul got there at 5 o'clock time period?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I obviously did.
And was that incorrect?
Yes, sir. It was incorrect.
And what time did you, looking at the records now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
And looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock.
At some point in time, you have a conversation with Shelley Smith about, how long you were over at Alameda on the night of June the 7th. Do you remember?
I don't distinctly remember having a conversation with her about how long I was over there, but I know that I told Shelley Smith that SLED was going to come and talk to her, and that I'd appreciate it if she would talk to them, and that she just needed to tell them the truth.
And did you take extra care not to talk to people that you knew SLED would be talking to?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
After this boat wreck that you've heard so much talk about in this courtroom, there were social media, newspaper. It went deeper than that, but I mean, there was so much talk about how I, fixed witnesses and structured the investigation, just things that were totally false, that were absolutely baseless, but it was said repeatedly, and it was reported repeatedly how I'd done this and with this witness and influenced this police officer and all these things. So I wasn't taking any chances.
I want to ask you about, you can take that down, Doug. Thank you. Ask you about the August 11th interview with David Owen at the SLED office in, I think, here in Walterboro. Do you remember that?
August 11th, absolutely.
Had you requested that meeting?
I've been requesting, what I'd really been requesting is some information. I've been begging David Owens to come meet with me, and specifically I wanted Grandma, Papa T. There were so many questions that I couldn't answer. And I've been begging him to meet with me and to meet with Grandma and Papa T. I've been begging him for weeks and weeks.
And did, when you went into the meeting on August 11th, did you think that's what it was for, to give you an update?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, they let you know that you're their prime suspect.
What was said.
Mr. Griffin?
I'll be by the conclusion of the meeting, did they make it known to you that you were suspect?
Oh, there's no question about that. Absolutely. Now, he used a lot of, I mean, you hear the talk about how I'm in this circle and he hit me out and this and that, but there's no doubt in my mind. There was no question in my mind what was going on.
And and during that meeting, did they show you the Snapchat video of you trying to stand up the fruit tree?
Yes.
And were you questioned about what clothing you were wearing?
And I can't remember this. I can't remember if he showed me the whole video or he showed me a picture of it. But I was definitely showed that information. I was definitely shown those clothes in that meeting on August the 11th.
And what clothes were you wearing?
The same ones you see in.
And do you remember what kind of pants?
It was khaki pants.
And what kind of shirt?
It's a button down, short sleeve button down. I call it a dress shirt, but short sleeve button down dress shirt.
Like shirt you got there, but just short
Just
sleeve?
like this, but short sleeve, and it was colored.
And it was, what color was it?
Blue. Blue with some blue stripes.
And were you questioned about when you changed out of those clothes?
I was.
And did you have a follow-up? Did you have a conversation after that meeting with SLED with Blanca about what you were wearing that day?
Absolutely.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with Blanca?
They made an issue about that.
You know what I'm curious about is if there's any cameras, like security cameras on the building at the law firm, because surely there would be some type of, if there were, right, there would be video of him and what he was wearing. And wouldn't that just solve it all? I mean, wouldn't that be easy? Maybe there is, and it's black and white, and so they you can't really prove what color it was. I don't know, but it seems to me like that'd be a good place to start.
In that meeting, and I asked Blanca about those clothes
Crystal,
that I had on earlier that day.
Do you ask her specifically about the blue shirt?
I asked her specifically about all the clothes.
Okay.
What I asked Blanca about specifically was, did she remember getting my clothes after she came back? When she came back to Moselle, did she remember getting my clothes? Is specifically what I asked her.
oh, you remember that, but you don't remember.
And why
what
were
time
you
it
asking her
was.
this?
Okay.
Because on August the 11th, they had made an issue about me still wearing those clothes, not having changed clothes when I was in that Snapchat video. So that's why I went to Blanca.
Did they ever ask you on August the 11th whether,
Why'd you go and ask Blanca if
to ask you for those
trying to-
clothes? Can you produce the clothes?
Hold
Did they
a
ask you that?
second.
No, they didn't.
Have they ever asked you for those clothes?
No. As far as my understanding goes,
This is a lawyer trick, as far as my understanding goes, because it's not quite a lie, but it's not quite the truth either. And now so let me also get this straight. You were consciously making an effort not to really talk to anybody that SLED would be potentially talking to. But then you found out August 11th that there was some issue with your ensemble of the day, or your outfit of the day, I should say. And so you went and talked to her, but you didn't want it to give any appearance of trying to use your terms, fix a witness. Bruh.
clothes were never an issue in this case until y'all figured out, as my lawyers figured out, that there was no blood spatter on me.
Sir?
Is that objection, Your Honor?
Reasons for the objection.
401, 402, and beyond in speculation.
Mr. Griffin?
It's a matter of public record. It's a matter of public record.
What is?
The issues with the shirt and the blood test
It's a matter of public record.
filed in this case, yes, sir.
The objection is overruled.
I'm well aware that my clothes never became an issue in this case until my lawyers proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt from my wife and my son was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt.
Me too.
And once they filed the documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden, the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue. And that's in the weeks leading up to this trial.
Now, Alec, after the Maggie and Paul were murdered on June 7th and 8th, where did you stay and where did you keep clothes?
Oh, geez, Lou, we just talked about this.
Say that again, please.
Where were you staying overnight? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
I never spent another night at Moselle.
Why not?
Here come the Christ.
Couldn't. Didn't want to.
Okay. Where were you staying? When we talked about
Yeah, we've already talked about that.
the days and weeks, the week afterwards, but where were you staying? When you got back from the lake, Kiowee and Greenville?
I stayed. All right, so when I got back from Greenville, so
Yes.
that would be So the first week, up until my dad's funeral, then, all right, so that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Bus and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could.
It's important you're here
Um,
now, Crystal.
You know, I stayed with, I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot. Bus and I stayed at Edisto a little bit. But at the beginning, I really stayed with either my brother Randy and his wife Christy, or I stayed with my brother John and his wife Lizzie. And basically at that time, Buster worked for Wild Wing at that time, and they had been so kind to him and they let him be off just for a ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me when he had to go back to work.
Shout out
He would
B-Dubs.
stay with my brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I would almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there. I would go to John and Lizzie sometimes when Buster wasn't there. But Johnny Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house.
You're not good at driving.
And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there.
Oh, it's a golf club.
I had clothes at Randy's. I had clothes at John Marvin's. I had clothes at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichesi's, like where we went to the river, and I had clothes there. I had clothes in Somerville, and I still had clothes at Moselle.
So you're close. Yes, sir.
Last question.
No, were your clothes spread out a lot of different places?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
We'll break for lunch and return in an hour and 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
See, I had no idea about that. Hey, NorCal Jim. Yeah,
I've been watching the surprise testimony of Alec.
All right, y'all. Wow. Well, I'll say this, that last question, I think Jim was glad that the judge interrupted and said break for lunch, because I don't think he wanted to ask that. Really, I don't think it went well. And I don't think that question was well thought out, and the answer was redonk. So, I think he just wanted to get out of there, but then the judge was like, one more question, and he had to ask him. So I think with the clothes, one of the things that I think is interesting is that it's not that far. I mean, it makes, look, he's got different houses, right? He stayed different places. He's known for leaving shit behind. We get it. People testified to that, right? But the point is, in the early days of this investigation after the crime, and for a while afterwards, Blanca was not only, her and her husband were not only staying at Moselle and taking care of that property, but she was making trips over to the little house and bringing him clothes. So when Blanca says that she never saw those shoes and those pants again, I believe her. Is there a reasonable explanation why? There could be, but if you have those clothes, why don't you just turn them over? Just turn them over. I know you are not under any obligation to help the police, law enforcement, but if you knew, Alice, if you knew August 11th that you were a suspect and that your clothes were an issue, why not just turn them over? That's what I don't get. I believe Blanca. She knew. And I just don't think that his explanation did anything to undermine that at all. I didn't start believing Alec and thinking Blanca might be mistaken. Yes, that would be my little Alice. I don't know what she probably wants to go outside, but all right. Hey, Alicia. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to end this live for now, and I will be live again at 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central, 3 o'clock Pacific, right? No, wait. Yeah. Is that right? 4 o'clock Pacific? Yeah, because they're 3 hours behind. And we'll finish up whatever, whether he's still on direct or some of direct and some cross, however it goes, we're going to finish it. All right. And talk about it all. She has a whole bowl of food. She ain't starving. I know what it is. She wants to go outside. There's probably a squirrel or something out there that she's trying to get to. And but he did help the police. So I'm not saying a dumb thing. I wouldn't do it, but he did. He allowed them to search all of his properties. He allowed them to search his vehicles. He continuously suggested that they get his OnStar and whatever that other stuff, that the data from the black box or whatever from his vehicle. He was already aiding the police. We're not talking about what I would do. Remember, we're talking about what Alex should do. And he was so worried about being in the circle, and he was trying to do everything he could to get out of the circle. That would have been something to do to get out of the circle, is my point. That's it. But he did assist the police. He did speak to police. And even when his attorneys tried to get it shut down, tried to shut him down, tried to stop him from saying some of the stuff that he said in those in that last video or interrogation, he couldn't be stopped. So there's that. Okay? I know that he's been spotted there, Ellie. I do know that. I don't know if he was there today, but mean, even the state asked him that question. Even the state asked that question. Why not turn the clothes over? He turned all, I mean, you know, he didn't have to turn his clothes over the night that he turned them over, did he? No, he didn't, because they did it without a search warrant. But he did it voluntarily. Aw, Elizabeth. Oh, yeah, Alice has been bellless for a long time. I couldn't do it. So anyway, I'm going to end it for now, and I will see you guys. Oh, Alice ain't catching no squirrel. I'll see you guys later on tonight. At 7. Me and Dr. B will be going over the remainder of the testimony from today because I'm very curious how it's all going to play out. But I will see you all later. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see y'all tonight. And then don't forget, it's on my community tab too. Please go set a notification reminder for Truth Teller's channel, her live tonight on her channel with Truth Teller, allegedly with Brittany J, Mallory, and me, Jen Lou. All right, y'all have a great rest of your day, and I'll talk to you later. Bye. Love you too, Mo. Bye.